And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the WardiTV Monday. WardiTV Monday number 43, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. I'm Gorgeous VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Ooh, as we are jumping right into our first series of the broadcast, we're jumping into the round 32. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions. Oh, sorry, before I get into that, exclamation mark B, exclamation mark B in the chat. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak. We have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0 as we're jumping in mid-series for Shopify. It is Byan. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Italian Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Ducklings. Here we go, and Byan is opening up with a proxy. Let's go. But I do apologize that we missed out on game one. Basically, we messaged the players just as they got into game, so we did miss out on game one. Did go the way of Byan, was on Ultra Love, and Byan did go for a very committed two-base push, and he was able to catch Lelix with his pants down. Lelix did open up Stargate on Ultra Love, which was very risky, very crazy, and very very risky is the word that I will say there, and was punished for it, in the end. But now we're opening up, not with a committed proxy, I will say that. We have a one Rax, just the one, and back at home, we're going to be settling in. Assuming that we didn't go for an add-on, which I believe there is not room, and we scouts, let's go. Lelix does check for the proxy location. He will get eyes on the barracks. Let's go. Again, not the most committed proxy. The SCV can throw down a bunker behind the mineral line or bunker in the mineral line to try to deny some mining time, but thankfully Lelix is fully aware of what's going on, and he will be getting ready. Back at home. Yeah, you can see Byan trying to skirt behind the base. There we go. Bunker is on the way, and Lelix should deny it. There we go. Nicely done. The probe does respond to the SCV, and the bunker is deflected. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, as it is Gamba time. Predictions are open as we speak, so place your bets while you can. It's a little bit lopsided just because Byan already has a lead in this series, of course. And Byan is the favorite player. But regardless, let's go. As the Reaper Sapphire gets surrounded. Let's go. Does get surrounded. Byan getting a little bit too cavalier, getting a little bit too frisky here in the middle line. Does get caught out, and nicely done there by Ledlix. Still lost two probes, but at least does get us around on the Reaper, as we have a second Reaper that did pop out, and Byan back at home is expanding. Factory into expand. Standard follow-up here out of Byan. And we'll see if we can get some more damage done here. So Sapphire picks in. Nothing major yet. Picks in, pulls away. Behind this, Byan is floating back, and the game will continue. And welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Again, last game it happened off stream, but Byan did go for quite a committed two-base push. Those kind of move outs, though, are going to be a little bit weaker here on Tokamak, so Lelix will have a bit of a greater chance here to hold, to survive, and to defend, but only a little bit. Like, it's still not a sure thing here. He still has to keep eyes on Byan. Blue Station Scout does confirm the add-ons, does confirm the structure here. There's no tech lab, so there's no threat of Banshee, there's no threat of Cyclones, and it confirms it is not Hellion, it is Widowmine. So he's aware of the drop play. He is aware of the mine drops. It's going to be up to Lelix to get in position to defend against the mines back at home. Okay. As the mine is moving out, the mines are moving out. Boosting in towards the natural. Towards Lelix. So far we have the Stalkers here in the main. They're getting ready for the drop. And there's one Stalker at the natural base. It's going to be forward. Mine's quite a committed drop here from Byan. Does unload. And the boys are being pulled, but the shot's good. Oh, no! shoulders go off, and whew, thankfully does pull away in time. Meanwhile, 2 more mines. No, he doesn't pull away in time. 7 probes go down, and 2 of the mines are saved. Beyond, he does pull away in time. Blink is not yet complete, and again, he does pop off. He does catch the licks with his pants down. That's the dangerous thing here about a quadruple mine drop, is that as the defending player, you don't know how many widow mines are in the medevac. So revealed initially 2, and then the other 2, and Lelix, he was late to react, late to respond, late to pull away, and Beyond starts things off with a lead. Beyond, he does have a nice lead, a nice economic lead, I should say. From here, he's getting to his own tank production. Raven harass underway as well. And we'll see how hard Beyond commits on 2 bases. We'll see if he throws down 2 more maxes. We'll see if he does expand and claim a 3rd. Still going to be up to Beyond. Till then, Mindrill comes back in. And he gets 4 probes already. 4 workers, gets 5 in total. Raven is getting in position. And upgrades are on the way. Now, Beyond, he does go for an add-on swap here once again, so he's going to be cutting tanks at 2. Okay, so only 2 tanks. He's not committing too hard into a 3rd, into a 4th tank, bear that in mind. So he's going for a more biocentric style, getting to more additional marine production. Sim, combat shields. Lelix moves out. Raven harass here into the main. And Lelix does have blink. He can try to break into one of these bases, but again, the tanks are ready. The bunker, the tanks, more workers going down to the auto turret. Does poke in, but runs into the tank. Has to respect it. Does pull away. Does go. Oh my god, the whole pickup, Jesus. that's crazy. Beyond, calm down. Unfortunately, 1 shot shy from one-shotting, and Beyond so quick to pick up. And with that, Beyond, he breaks out. Yeah, that was crazy, by the way. That's insane. Getting caught out a little bit here. And he may lose the medevac. Never mind, medevacs, they pull away in time. Then he does push across the map, catching out more stalkers, and this may just end things here. Lelix will have to defend. Charge is on the way. Prism moves out across the map, but we do need defensive warpins back at home. He's going to have a couple of force fields, and thankfully there's only 1 tank. Remember, the other tank was kept back at home to be repaired. But it's still not going to be easy. The tank is going up. Alas, Marines, they stay in. Remember, where the charge list are not here. Yeah, Lelix needs another warp in. Without Zealots, he cannot defend. He cannot hold on. He will lose the mineral line. He will lose the base. He will lose everything. Yeah, and with that, GG gets called. He is going to be broken. And Beyond, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, Beyond, he was able to snowball out of control. I would say that the early game was okay for Lelix, but he did lose a lot of workers to the mine drop. I mean, that was brutal. He lost so many probes to the initial mine drop and to the follow-up mine drop and to the auto turret harass as well. That did set things up for success for Beyond. Likewise, you saw that Lelix, he just wasn't able to get into charge lots in time. He was banking some resources, but looks like he was maybe missing some warp-ins there to try to muster up the defense. In the end, GG. GG well played. Beyond does snowball out of control, and Beyond will claim the series. And now we're getting ready for the next matchup here. Oh, of course, we're going over to the Korean server for our next matchup. And this is what we were waiting for. This is what everyone was waiting for, and I don't blame the other casters for also jumping onto this series here. It's going to be Beyond versus Clem in a PvT. Oh boy. And what's exciting here, if you know anything about Clem, as of late, we've been trying to bring it up. We also brought it up during Home Story Cup as well. There are certain key players that actually traveled to South Korea, and that are currently there, residing there, which is why they didn't go to Home Story Cup. One of the players is Clem, the other is Reynor. Clem, Reynor, Trigger. I'm still not sure if Australia's also with them. I was going to ask them during last week's Pigasaur Cup, and I wasn't quite able to. But yes, Clem and Astray, they're in Korea. They're in Korea right now. They are practicing and getting ready for Korea. That's why they were not, or that's one of the reasons why they weren't at home Story Cup. And that also means that they don't have to worry about any latency when it comes to this matchup. Let's go. Let us go. As we are heading on over here. And getting things ready. Likewise, let's catch up with the bracket. Let us catch up. Okay, from the top, we do have some updates here. We have SHIN. We have SHIN waiting for the winner of Shameless and GuMiho in the round of 16. So still waiting for his next opponents. And meanwhile, we do see Lancer, aka Cyan, takes down Sig 2-0. Nickrat takes down Ragnar 2-0. We have Cyan, or we have Lancer versus Nickrat currently ongoing in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Reynor. Hearthstone takes down Rodham 2-0. Reynor is now up against Hearthstone in the round of 16. We have Beyond taking down Ledlix, now up against Clem. And this is why we did pick this series. And I do apologize for those that are looking for some of the other matches. I'm pretty sure a lot of the casters have focused and centralized in this area because of the potential Clem versus Beyond into Reynor. Like these are really big names and really heavy hitters. They're going to be facing each other early on. So I'm pretty sure a lot of I think Roddy's going to be casting after his tournament run. I think Wardy's also in this area as well. I know Coca's in this area, of course, for Clem. So a lot of casters are keeping their attention on these matches. I think Rex might also be covering some Reynor action. Rex usually does cover a Zerg player, whether it's Reynor or maybe Solar or Shin. Yet to be determined. But scrolling down, we do have the lower half of the bracket as well. We have a classic waiting for the winner of Percival and Grape. We do have Cristiano takes down Hackrest up 2-0 up against Solar in the next round. That was going to be my next series of choice if we weren't able to commit into Beyond versus Ledlix. We were going to dip our toes into Cristiano versus Solar, or at least leading into that. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have MaxPax up against Showtime in the round of 16, and we have Mana waiting for the winner of a Creator and Liquid Cero, who's an amateur player. Bear that in mind. So yeah, the bracket is currently underway. Once again, though, we are focusing our attention on Beyond versus Clem on that PvT. Let's go. Let us go. That is where our attention lies. Yeah, I mean, they've played quite often when it comes to these online tournaments. They do play quite often just because they're both regulars in these online tournaments. But the difference is that, again, ping is going to be less of a factor this time just because they're both playing on the same footing, on the same kind of server. Which does always make things a little bit more exciting. Let's go. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have Beyond and Clem facing off, ready for you. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the Vitas are done. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the round of 16, here of the WardiTV Monday number 43, and we have found ourselves in a TVP. Oh, and we've seen it before, that's true, but this time it's a little bit different. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the best Protoss in all of Europe, arguably the best Protoss in the world. You can make that at least when it comes to PvT as a matchup. Representing Team Liquid from land of France, it is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. And again, Clem, there's a reason why he has the clan tag 0MS. It's a bit of a joke, but of course he's in Korea. He's in Korea, so is Reynor. Reynor, Clem, Trigger, they all went to Korea like a week or 2 weeks ago at this point. It's been a couple of weeks, I think. It's been a couple of weeks. And of course, their plan is to stay in Korea until EWC in preparation for that big main event. And I wish them the best. Of course, wishing the best of luck when it comes to their preparation, when it comes to their training, and we'll see how they can perform here in the weeklies from Korea. Let's go. Let us go. As now we are going to be selling and we are going to be opening up. And then coming into this, we do lean towards Clem in this series. Again, Clem, he has been looking very dominant in PvT. I was like half joking that Clem has the best PvT in the world. I would say that he probably has the best PvT in Europe. It's terrifying. There isn't a Terran player out there that he hasn't beaten. The only Terran player that Clem hasn't defeated is Maru, and that's only because they've never played. I was so that was the one thing that was like the biggest disappointment for me about Star Zagora, is that initially Maru was going. And because he was going, I was like, yo, are we finally going to get Clem versus Maru PvT? Like, let's go. But then, of course, Maru, he did cancel his performance at Star Zagora. If you recall, he was citing, unfortunately, some shoulder injuries, so he did minimize travel to try to take care of himself. So he did not go to Star Zagora. Because of that, we never saw it. We never saw the PvT. Maybe at EWC. Maybe they'll be able to face off as Protoss and Terran. Maybe. That's my hope. That's my hope. For now, though, we are settling in. We do have an initial economic opener here. CC is almost done. We have the factory here in the main, going for the reactor first. Sorry, going for the tech lab first, working towards the early cyclone. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Clem. Bold move here, bold move. Now, Stargate openers are designed to give you map control. They're designed to maintain map control, contain your opponent, deny drop play as well. But they can be quite risky on these smaller maps, just because aggression can really shut you down. Now, the benefit here, though, is that Bjorn, he is less all-in than the other Korean Terrans. Compared to GuMiho, Ryung, Kyor, even Maru as well, they're all a lot more willing to go for 2-base all-ins and pull the boys. Bjorn is less willing to do that. So I do actually like these more, I would say, macro builds and these more greedy builds against Bjorn of all players. I think you can get away with it. But we'll see if he does. For now, is going into the Phoenix first. Again, the rush distance by air is quite short here on Persephone. Bjorn, for the time being, is unaware. Just now moving out with his initial Cyclone Scout. It's a bold scout here by Bjorn. Jesus. Has to get the hell out of here. Taking a lot of hits on the Cyclone. Does get the lock on. Phoenix is about to be revealed, and the Cyclone is punished. Very nice catch by Clem. Shuts down the Cyclone, gains map control. That was a big loss for Bjorn. Now moving out with his own drop. And we'll see if we can get across the map. We'll see if we can avoid that Phoenix. As so far, he does hug the edge of the wall, the edge of the map. Phoenix, as they dip in, they do get eyes on the 2-on-1 setup. They get eyes on the add-ons, but they do miss the drop. And this does have potential. Wouldn't mind they unload. So far, no shot goes off. Nice on Burrow. Phoenix has arrived. Oh! Does lift one. Yeah, and shuts him down. Nice clean up here by Clem. At the same time, Marine drop here to natural, but only 2 Marines. Without the shield battery, no single probe would go down. Yeah, the probes, they are kept alive. And in total here, Bjorn, he denies some mining time, but that's all he really does achieve. He kills 1 probe. Kills one probe, he will lose 2 water mines, a medevac, and 2 marines, and with that Clem he does hold. Behind this, Beyond getting his 3rd CC on location. If you remember, we spoke about this at the start of this series, how Beyond, he is amongst all the Korean Terrans the player that's willing to go macro the most, and we can see that here going for the 3rd. Again, out of all Koreans, he's the one that's least likely to pull the boys and go for a 2-base all-in, which is why I emphasize how I do like this build from Clem, specifically against Beyond. So from here, getting 1, getting 2 SCVs. Clem, I believe, has yet to confirm the 3rd base, though, so he's not fully aware of how greedy Beyond is, or how economic he's being. Oh god! As he will lose 1 Phoenix. Oh, barely not. Breaks the lock on, but the army zones back at Clem, and Clem, he has yet to confirm what's happening. He doesn't know about the 3rd. Not yet. Again, it's being zoned away completely. Now rotating into the main. You should recognize that we're missing some tech here. We're missing either 2 E-bays, we're missing either 2 Raxes, or a 3rd TC. He's rotating over. Beyond trying to keep up. Meanwhile, he does spot the CC, he is aware. And does pull away. Oh. And again, behind this, working towards Storm. And right now, the goal of these Phoenixes is just to keep the Terran player pinned. To keep them pinned back at home, to stop them from moving out. While he's texting, oh no! Oh, a bit of miscontrol here from Clem. Losing 3 Phoenixes, ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it does miscontrol, does have some mismovement. Gets caught out, nice catch here from Björn. Back at home, Storm is halfway complete. Clem needs a little bit more time, but now there's less reason for Björn to stay at home. Yeah, now he drops. Yeah, now he moves out. Again, this should not be happening. If Clem still had all his Phoenixes, he'd be keeping the army pinned. Ay, ay, ay. As Björn should be threatening a dive. Likewise, we do see Clem is in position. Björn is going to be zoned away. Phoenixes, they arrive just in time, but again, only 2 Phoenixes. And that's a brutal scan. That takes down the Phoenix. Down to only 1 Phoenix remaining. And remember, because it was a Stargate opener, there's no blink. Blink is delayed here in favor of Phoenixes. So there's less anti-air, there's less denial of drops without the Phoenixes. And Björn has map control. So right now, Björn has momentum. He does have momentum. He can try to break through. Bearing in mind, in a head-on fight, I do favor Clem, but Björn isn't going for a head-on fight. He's going for drop play, but he gets spotted. He is spotted. Pylon gets cancelled. Clem, he rotates. Björn moving in. Shaving off 1, shaving off just the 1 Zell for now. Oh. Bakes off a Stalker. Björn pulling away, still building up his forces. Again, his economy was left untouched. He got into a fast start, he got away with it. And as long as Björn can avoid those storms, he can take a fight, but that's a big if. How many storms? 6. Jesus. 6 High Templar. That's a lot of storm. It might be wise for Björn to wait for his ghosts. If you recall, the Ghost Academy is now done. 4th CC on location, and ghosts are amassing. But this army doesn't have ghosts yet. Yeah, he scans, sees a storm, sees a High Templar. Oof, as the army does collapse on him. So far, Clem is deflected. Again, Björn waiting for those ghosts. The ghosts are building up back at home. He's almost there. Meanwhile, Clem, as Björn is working towards ghosts, Clem is working towards Colossus. Bay is on the way. He will soon have more diverse splash damage. He's getting there. See in the chat, why is Clem pushing Protoss right before Worlds? Is he truly going to play it instead of TVT? If you maybe haven't been watching much StarCraft, you might not be aware, but Clem, he hasn't played TVT in 8 months. unironically, since last year, beginning of December, he's only played TV. Like, he's avoided the TVT matchup. And I did say this at the start, but again, if you haven't seen his Protoss, you might not be aware. Clem legitimately has probably, I would say, the best PvT in Europe, and some of the best PvT in the world. Like, his Protoss is actually really good. So if he wants to win EWC, he will be playing Protoss against Terran. I feel like if he plays TVT, that's the biggest chance for him to lose at EWC, to be honest. Like, TVT is his worst matchup. There's a reason why he's playing Protoss. So yeah, his Protoss is terrifying. But now we're keeping up. We are keeping up. Colossus production has begun. Yo, also a big shout to SBM in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $19.69. Nice donation. Thank you. Ay. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. We don't get many donations on the channel, so thank you. Thank you. Many thanks for the great content. De nada, baby, de nada. Let's go. As both armies are max, Colossus, the first one, has arrived. Ghost coming in, nice EMP, very nice EMP. They're catching out 4 High Templar, no storms left. Without storms, Clem has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away, takes down 2 ghosts, he gets called out. And again, that was the money shot with those ghosts, with those EMPs. Now there are still 2 High Templar remaining. They're now moving in. So Clem, he can hold on. But that was a brutal fight. As here come the reinforcing High Templar. Bjorn has to pull back. Bjorn getting caught out. Yeah, bleeding out some Marauders. Again, it was a good fight for Bjorn, but Bjorn, he couldn't quite snowball into a push across the map. He has to respect the reinforcements. He has to respect the High Templar. As storms are coming in. Raising the army. No major connection. There's 4 High Templar here for Clem. Ooh, catching out the ghosts. EMP goes off. Decent connection. There's still 2 more storms. Down to 1. 1 storm left. Bjorn is pinned back. Well, Clem taking another base, taking another expansion. So far we do see Clem rotating over. Oh. Liberators have arrived. Nice EMP once again. Yes, all the EMPs here out of Bjorn. Takes down the Colossus, and there's no storm. There's no storm here. Despite that, the Zealots are breaking through. It's going to be close. Vikings, they land. And again, 1 storm would make the difference here, but there's no storm. Yeah, there's no storm. Bjorn, he will take the fight. He will break Clem. Again, it came down to the EMPs. Like, the EMPs were brutal, and Clem, he did not have his High Templar split, not well enough. High Templar were in splits, and with that, Bjorn, he breaks through. Bjorn, he breaks through. Another EMP connects. Yo, the EMPs? The snipes as well. Again, I want to say there's only been 1 fight this game where we've had storms. Outside of that, Bjorn has just been on top of those EMPs. Storm's now coming in. But at this point, it's too late. At this point, it's too little too late. There's just no support for the army. Bjorn, he breaks the expansion. Clem trying to hold on. That Bjorn, he picks up, pulls away. Clem, he does hold, he does survive, but again, this is the army that's remaining. And he's doubling down on Mass Colossus. Unfortunately, he's had just a really hard time splitting up his High Templar, keeping them apart, and avoiding those EMPs. Whenever they connect, it's always like 3, 4 High Templar at a time. And that is shutting Clem down. The power of the EMP, baby. Let's go. And from here, Bjorn taking more bases, taking more expansions. He's now getting maxed out. Clem is being given a little bit of time here to recover, a little bit. And there aren't many Vikings, true. This is just the one with the main army. We have more Vikings on the way. Beyond, he's rotating. Oh, once again, solid EMPs. Jesus. Covering everything. We did get a decent storm towards the end here, but the EMPs did connect once more. That was the only storm. There it goes up. Takes down 2 Marauders. Does catch 2 Marauders. Meanwhile, the Colossus, they're holding their own. Yeah, the EMP doesn't stop the Colossi. There's more EMPs here on the Archons. Nice time for the Vikings. Clem, he's holding his own. Okay. Again, EMPs have been an issue here, but the Colossus, they just keep pushing. They just don't care. Catching up the turrets. But now we're going back to Vikings. We have 5, soon to be 10 Vikings. Plus the shield weapons on the way. And beyond, he'll be able to refine his army and have a much more anti-Colossus force. The Vikings have been what he's been missing, but he has them. Or he's about to. Oh god, a brutal. Once again, the EMPs, Jesus. The High Templar just keep clumping. And they just keep clumping up. Oh. You got a flanking storm towards the end. Never goes off. Oh, does not connect, just barely not. And the Vikings, they break through. The Nova zones away. 2 Colossus go down to 2 remaining. Down to 1. Down to 0. Yeah, 0 Colossus left. Vikings, they overwhelm. We get some okay Novas, but finally he deals with the Colossus. And Beyond takes another fight. Oh, he can top up. The healing pad is crazy. He just top up from here. Oh, Nova doesn't connect. Clutch target firing out of Beyond. And again, Beyond, he can just keep going. He can maintain himself. He has all the bases on his side of the map. Clem, he did almost recover previously when he was going for the Colossus, but now there are Vikings. Now Beyond can go back into Liberators. Snipes are popping up. Speaking of, going for another pair of snipes, gets another High Templar. High Templar just keep getting bullied at this point. I wonder, is Clem willing to go full Estrella? Like, obviously it's too late in this game, but if we end up on Tokamak, I wonder if he's willing to play that style. No shot. As EP's gonna be going up, once again catching all the High Templar, 0 storms, and Beyond he sims, and he wins. GG gets called, he overwhelms the army, and Beyond takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Beyond does take a lead in the series. A solid first game here by Beyond. Again, winding it all the way back. It was a Stargate opener out of Clem, and it was so crucial that Beyond was able to catch the Phoenixes. If you remember, he caught, was it 4 Phoenixes, 4 out of 6. Was able to shut down that air control, able to go for drop play, able to unlock the rest of the map, and from there, just gain momentum. What I will also say, a really crucial part as well, coming into the mid game, we did touch on it, the fact that Beyond did get a fast third. He got a really fast third base. It took a while for it to be scouted, and Clem, he never punished it. He never really dealt much economic damage, so Beyond, he was able to very comfortably get into the mid game, max out, build up his army. But of course, the highlight of that game, as we had the lead up to it for sure, were the EMPs, were the ghosts. Like, there were just some brutal EMPs. So many High Templar just never, so many High Templar just never landed a storm. Hopefully, okay, Jesus. Hopefully we can get in. But yeah, so many High Templar just never quite landed. They were not able to factor in. And GG well played. With that, we're getting ready for our next game. We're getting ready for game number 2, and we'll see if Bjorn can close it out. We'll see if Clem can tie things up. Let's go. As we are loading into another one of these, what were the vetoes? Jesus, another one of these smaller maps from Persephone into Pylon, another map where aggression is favored. Now, it is possible that maybe Clem is more comfortable against a more aggressive Terran player. Curious, because on Pylon it is a much more common for Terran players to be committed, to go for these 2 base all-ins and to be hyper aggressive. So I'm curious if Clem wants that kind of style out of Bjorn. I'm curious if he doesn't want Bjorn to be comfortable and be more economic. We'll see. We'll see if he thrives in a more aggressive and just aggressive map. As we get into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And again, Clem down in a PvT, not something you see very often, but again, Bjorn is also a much more unique player. Just once again, to re-emphasize what happened last game, most Terran players stay on 2 bases that much longer. Most Terran players are more aggressive. I'm referring to GuMiho, Kyor, referring to Big Gabe, Hero Marine, Maru as well, all the other Terrans, Bunny. But Bjorn, much faster to get a third, much faster to expand and to instead really hit and find his stride in the mid game instead. So I would say that Bjorn, he's one of the more unique Terran players out there, just because he's willing to embrace the mid game more than the others. And this would be good practice for Clem, true. So he's going to be zoned away. As we have an economic opener out of Bjorn, going for a racked expand. Clem just trying to delay, trying to be as annoying as possible. Oh, pokes in. Does poke in. And will be able to delay by a second or 2. It's a 470-ish CC timing. $470 minerals, I mean. Behind this, we do have a standard opener here out of Clem. Now, I cannot imagine that Clem is going to go Stargate again, especially on Pylon. Pylon is even more extreme, is an even smaller map, and Stargate openers can get you killed on Pylon. So we're imagining that we're going to be going for a Twilight Council instead. I still stand by what I said in game 1, that I do like the Stargate play against Bjorn on Persephone, but on Pylon, you got to respect the map. you got to respect it. As probe goes down. Nice pickle. Gets one. Going for another. As Clem, he's zooming across the map. Because of that, he's losing probes. He's losing workers. There's going to be a second probe falling. Very nice start here by Bjorn. At the same time, we have a tech of choice. Twilight Council out of Clem. It makes sense on Pylon. Oh, and Bjorn goes back in. He goes back in. He wants a third probe. This is already brutal damage. And he will get it. There we go. 3 probes going down. Can he get a 4th? At the same time, across the map, Adept is denied, a bunker is done, Marines are in position. And Bjorn is pulling Clem apart. 4 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. That should not have happened. But again, Clem was greedy. Remember, Clem, he chose to send this Adept across the map instead of staying at home to defend. Like, he made that decision. And it wasn't worth it. Was not worth it. Bjorn was ready back at home. He shut Clem down. Bunker is now done. Clem does shade behind the mineral line. Oh. Does shade in. Does catch a Marine. That will lose the Adept though. And this so far is not worth it. He does get 2 SCVs, okay. That's something. Gets 2, pulls away. Behind this we have a 1-1-1 cloak banshee setup here by Bjorn. And Clem, he has yet to confirm. Unfortunately, despite because of the opener here, no sentry. No sentry, no hallucination. Without a hallucination, he sees nothing across the map. Clem, he sees nothing, he knows nothing. And Clem is going to be in danger here. Now, thankfully, he's going for a safety a robo before expansion. So with this, he can or does have access to observers. Bjorn does move out. So far, we do have a 2-gate setup. Prism is on the way. Clem, he does have control of both Xel'Naga towers. And because that, he will spot the Banshee. Okay. Does spot the Banshee in time. A very nice scout. Now, we'll say this was a bit of a slip up here from Bjorn, as he was unscouted until this moment. Observers on the way. And the Banshee takes a lot of damage. Takes a lot of hits. Oh god, it gets shut down before Cloak finishes. And again, there was so much potential with those Banshees. But they get shut down, and here comes Clem. Now, there is a second Banshee, right? Wait, did he cancel? He did. Okay, yeah. He cancelled. He's done with Banshee play. He cancelled Cloak. Clem moving in. Tank is a little bit too far back. Yeah, the bunker is going to go down. Nice pick up. From here, Clem rotates in towards the main. Behind this, he expands, getting a third base, working towards Storm. So far, really nice counterattack. Gets behind the mineral line. Takes down 2 SCVs, hits 3, gets 4. 4 SCVs going down. Clemmy pulls away. Does pull away. Likewise rotates over. Picks up a couple Marines, not bad. A couple of Marines do go down. Containing Bjorn. Behind this Bjorn, he does have a 3-1-1 setup. There's no major sign of aggression yet. We're keeping an eye open for extra Vaxes or CC. We have the answer, CC. CC's on the way. He's not going for a 2-base all-in. And that's Bjorn. Does take a third. Which means he will slowly break out and expand and build into a third base. And get into the mid-game. It's going to be up to Clem to slow him down. He does find the spotter stalkers. Clem behind this, getting his own third base up and running, working towards Storm. Here comes the main move out. He's got 4 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. Now this is spotted, and Storm is ready, and this time there are no EMPs. Yeah, no EMPs. Storm connects. Oh god. Does land the first. Second was a little bit premature, but there's still 3 storms left. And we spoke about how maybe Clem is more comfortable with when it comes to these early game pushes, just because there are no EMPs to worry about, right? There's no EMPs, so we just storm to his heart's content. Tanks do siege. And Clem going for the dive. Does zone. Yeah, does zone away, but is that me? Oh, that is. I'm gonna. Yeah, as Clem, he will collapse in the army, and I will be joining the next game. Unfortunately, that was me lagging out. Looks like my internet's fine. But looks like my VPN or the server that I'm connecting to is not ideal. So I will adjust. Smooch. So hopefully I didn't impact that fight too much. It looked like it was. Hopefully it wasn't. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, we'll have to connect to a different server. I believe the game is being casted by Coca and is being casted by Coca and by Wardy. I'm looking for another server. Korea Google 5. Korea, Google 5. Oh. As we are getting to our next game. Okay, let's go. Looks like the game did end there, and it looks like Clem shut down Beyond, so we're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here. Again, I do apologize for not catching the tail end of that game. For those that don't know, for casting on the Korean server, I do use a VPN, and there are like 20 different servers in Korea that we can connect to, and sometimes some of them are a little bit more stable than others, or less stable than others. So we weren't able to see the tail end of that game, but Clem did shut Beyond down, as we were seeing, and Clem ties up the series. Now we're getting into the ace match, and again, hopefully everything should be stable from here. I did just connect to a different server, and hopefully it's okay. Fingers crossed. Yeah, look at that, it's smooth. for now, at least, for now. Everything's looking smooth. Oh, never mind. But spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion being forced into the ace match. It is Byeon. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss, himself. It is Clem for Team Liquid. And Byeon's going for the proxy. Now, basically, what happened in the last game, as we were pointing out, Byeon, he was quite committed. He was getting a third CC, but he moved out with everything that he had. He got shut down by the storms. As we were mentioning, there was a lot less for Clem to worry about in regarding to preserving his own High Templar. He was able to storm. He was able to shut down the army, and it looks like the game progressed for a couple of seconds after that. But basically, Clem, he just completely cleaned up Byeon and just went for the kill. And GG from there. So we missed out on the last couple of seconds, but we should be able to freely cover the rest of the matches here in Korea. Should be able to, as we have connected to a different server. For now, double gas. Oh, we have the double gas follow-up here. Reaper into the main. Clem, he does probe scout. He does see that the Rax is missing, so he knows. He knows that the Rax is nowhere to be found. You can see he's checking further back in the main, just in case. Does confirm the gases. And the Reaper is almost done. Now, it's going to be up to Clem to minimize losses. If you recall, we did see Byeon popping off in the early game, in game number 2, when it came to economic damage, when it came to sniping probes. But we saw Clem bounce back with his Stalker harass. And of course with this storm. With that, Byeon does poke in. Does poke in. So far, nice control by Clem. Pulls away the weakened probes. Does pull away, buying time for the Stalker. One probe goes down. Up! Oh my god. Byeon, he almost gets surrounded. Gets 2, gets 3. One of them was a scouting probe, I believe. But 3 workers do go down. And the Reaper does get away. Whew. Does pull out. Meanwhile, second Reaper has arrived. Oh, does a move into the main. Clem does zone. Behind this, we have our follow-up here. It is going to be a delayed CC out of Byeon, but it's on the way nonetheless. And it looks like he's working towards a mine drop behind this. Okay. So Reaper harass into mine drop, killing 3 probes. I mean, a decent start here from Byeon. I say decent because bearing in mind he had to do damage because of his delayed setup, because of delayed CC. So damage was required, was necessary. But now, welcome to Tokamak. Okay, welcome one and all. Tokamak is, of course, one of the larger maps of the map pool, known for longer games, has a longer rush distance by ground, has more defendable bases. So I do feel like this is a pretty good map to end up in a longer mid-game at least. I feel like that's kind of the direction that we're going to be heading in. all two games so far in this series, Bjorn has been embracing that third CC. Of course, on Pylon, he was a little bit more aggressive. It seemed like maybe the third CC was almost a fake out from Bjorn to try to catch his opponent with his pants down, but I mean, Clem was all over it. Here we go. Oh. So one of mine do drop in. They do drop. Oh god! Ooh, as he's late to pull away, and with that, 8 probes do go down. Ay, Clem. Yeah, it does pull away a little bit too late there. And with that, Bjorn starts off with a lead. Just like that. Well, on top of that, he doesn't just get 8 probes, he saves 2 Widow Mines. He saves 2 mines as well. Bjorn gets away. Reaper's back into the natural, and more workers are going to be going down. And Bjorn does not get another probe. Okay, Clem does hold. Much cleaner defense here from Clem. Shutting down those Reapers. But ay. As Bjorn goes back in, Clem pulls away. And Clem will clean up. From here, Clem holds. Whew, Clem, he does hold on. Behind this, Bjorn building up. He's got his own 3-1-1 setup, working towards stim, working towards +1. And once again, we're keeping an eye open here for a couple of different tells. We're looking for a third CC, we're looking for extra Raxes, we're looking for a second eBay. We're looking for an indication as to if we want to get into a longer game or not. So Clem is forced back. Behind this, auto harass into the bases. Getting a handful of probes, not bad. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, 7 probe kills. Late reaction out of Clem, or delayed reaction there. Ay. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand at this point. Clem's been losing far too much. Clem, his third base is late. There typically would be an expansion by now. It's late because of all the losses, because he has been delayed. I did notice a little bit of stuttering. I will say that at this point, our ping is looking good. It's looking clean now that we switched servers. I didn't see what they're talking about. I'll be honest. It's possible. So I spoke about how the Korean server is unstable, so we use a VPN to bypass that. I don't think the other casters do that. They should. Maybe I'll message them later. But Coca and Wardy, if they're experiencing some frame drops or some stuttering, then they should be using a VPN. It's annoying, just because you have to turn it on and off whenever you go to and from Korea. But they would benefit from that. There we go, double drop here into the main. Ooh, nice denial. Yeah, denies, almost said sim. Denies charge. Straight to the Stalkers, takes down 1, there's 1 left, and GG gets called. Yeah, Bjorn, he just overwhelms. He pulls Clem apart, just so much damage with the mine drop, with the auto harass, with the drop play as well. Clem just pulled apart, and Bjorn will claim the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn, he does claim the series, does advance on. Big win here for Bjorn, bearing in mind that Clem, he usually gets the better of Bjorn with his Protoss. Clem even beat Bjorn, I want to say 1 or 2 weeks ago with his Protoss as well, but this week Bjorn, he was all over him. Again, just a couple of small unfortunate reactions from Clem when it came to the mine drops, for example, when it came to harass. That's what this game really came down to be honest. It just came down to the harass that Clem was really struggling to keep up with, whether it's mine drops, Reaper harass, auto-start harass as well. It all just led into delayed bases, delayed production, delayed upgrades, delayed economy, delayed everything. It all came down to that economic damage, and with that, Bjorn pulled them apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, Bjorn does advance on into the next round, and we are going to be sticking with Bjorn because we have our next series. Let's go. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on what has been going on. Bam. Here we go. Now, from the top here, we have a GuMiho. GuMiho takes down Shameless 2-0. Now begins SHIN in a TVZ. Scoring down, we have Lancer. Lancer takes down Nickrat 2-0 as well. Lancer is waiting for the winner of SHIN and GuMiho. Meanwhile, Reynor. Reynor takes down Harsum, and this is our next series. Bjorn, he takes down one European player. Can he take down another? Bjorn is up against Reynor in a best of 3. Also all in Korea. Remember, both Reynor and Clem are currently in Korea. That's why they did not take part in Home Story Cup. They were out of the region. They were out of the continent, as they were over in South Korea. They still are, by the way, in the lead up to EWC. So we do have Bjorn versus Reynor about to face off. Let's go. Let us go. When it comes to the other portions of the bracket here, scrolling on down, we have Classic. Classic takes down Percival 2-0. Likewise, Solar takes down Cristiano 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Big win there for Cristiano. MaxPax takes down Showtime 2-0. Big win there for MaxPax, as he has been struggling as of late in PvP, and Showtime has been getting the better of him. So a nice win there for MaxPax, especially considering he has almost nothing but Protoss down here. We have Mana and Creator facing off as well. Winner goes up against MaxPax, and potentially another Protoss opponent in the semis. Best of luck to Solar as we are working our way through the bracket. I can clean this up a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. As we are getting to our next setup here, into our next series, into Reynor and Bjorn. Let's go. Let us go. Do need a moment to set things up. As we in the quarterfinals. Beautiful. Is that Monday already? It's already Monday, Bobby. Crazy, crazy. Things happen. Yeah. Smooch. Oh, hello, Abyss. Hello. It's not the army, so yeah, it all came down to, I mean, again, it was just brutal damage, Bobby. Brutal damage. Ay. So again, really impressive play there by Bjorn. And now we are getting into our next series, getting into our best of 3. We're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are currently underway between Reynor and Bjorn, and we'll see you soon in the next series. We'll see you soon in the quarterfinals. See you after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals here of the WardiTV on number 43. Welcome back to our TVZ, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as these two have been going back and forth. Again, if you've been unaware or unfamiliar with Beyond's current reign of terror, he has been on a bit of a... Did I say win streak? He's been on a tear as of late. He's been taking a lot of series, taking a lot of games, even taking down Reynor in last week's tournaments. We'll see if Reynor can get his revenge. We'll see if he can take down Beyond, as Beyond does open up 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, a very aggressive opener. Now, 2-Rax Reaper, the goal here, assuming we don't go for a 3rd Rax, the goal here is to deny the 3rd. Is to contain the Zerg play on 2 bases for as long as possible and disrupt the economy of Reynor. We'll see if Reynor is able... I mean, he should be able to confirm this with the Overlord scouts, should be able to get eyes on what's going on. Now, Beyond has the option to throw down a 3rd Rax in the main and to commit, double down into Mass Reaper for even more damage, for even a greater commitment. Otherwise, you can just expand behind this. And it's going to be up to Reynor to confirm which variation this is, if it's 3 Rax or 2 Rax. As the Overlord is on the way. Buenos días, baby. Buenos días. Good morning. Good morning. The Quacker final. Ahí está. Ay, ay, ay. Calm down, baby. Calm down. As Overlord does confirm the 2-Rax Reaper. Ooh, Reynor, he does still go for the 3rd base nonetheless. Bold move here by Reynor, and now it should be on Beyond to confirm what's going on and to commit a little bit harder. Now, typically with this build, you would only go up to 3 Reapers, but if you do get eyes on a 3rd base, you can go up to 5 Reapers instead. Beyond does poke in. Behind this, I believe he's already stopped Reaper production, though. Yeah, this is a cheeky move here by Reynor, and he may just get away with it. As Reaper pokes in. Takes down 1 drone so far. Not bad. Gets a drone. But again, he does not get eyes on the 3rd. Link speed is on the way. Reaper pulls out. Pulls back. Oh. Dancing with the army. Oh. Shaving off a lot of Zerglings, actually. That Queen is getting low. Queen is getting very low here. Beyond. Oh, my God. Has to calm down. Has to pull away. Yeah, he does pull away.
Add-on complete.
And again, he's traded well for himself, but Reynor, he gets away with the 3rd. He gets away with the 3rd expansion.
SCV ready.
And Link speed is almost done. So Reynor, he's about to break out. So Beyond, he gets the hell out of here. He pulls away. He never checked for the 3rd base. He doesn't know. He's not aware. Likewise, didn't check through the creep either. As Beyond pulls back. Pulls back, he pulls out. Behind this, going for his own 2-1-1 follow-up. And Reynor, even though he's sustained some losses here because of his 3rd base, he can recoup those losses. He can re-drone, resaturate. He can build back up. Lings have arrived. They can get us around on the Marine. They can't get much more done, though. As Reynor he backs off. From here, just has to drone up. Just drone, just saturate. Oh, okay, it's going to be a 2-1-1 setup here, but Cloak Banshee, not Medivacs. So he's going to be delaying any kind of drop play. Going for Banshees instead. 3rd CC is already done. Again, Beyond is building up. And towards the mid game as well. And we're just calming down. We're just calming down. Both players are saturating, both players are droning. I'm curious to see if Beyond still goes for his sim timing without Medivacs. It's going to be quite risky here. There's the add-on assault. Medivac production has begun. Banshee moves out. A singular Banshee. No cloak.
Additional
Snipe some tumors.
required.
Couple of tumors go down. Does rotate. Can he force a cancel? With one Banshee, he shouldn't be able to. Yeah, the queens are on the way. Queens are on the way. Beyond, he does push. Oh! This Banshee does pull away in time. Beyond moving in. He's moving in. Just headed between the bases. So far, just 9 creep. Nothing major. Has some creep, doesn't commit. Reynor getting to his own 1-1 upgrades. We're getting there. Beyond, he does want some queens. Gets one. Oh my god. No, not worth it. Gets a queen, but we'll lose a full medevac. Aye. Not worth it for Beyond. He gets punished. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he holds. He shuts this down. He can start to respread creep. Looking comfortable. He can drone. From here, he's droning up. We have the infestation bit on the way. Now, because we're going for the pit before Hydroden, this does feel like we're going Ling Bane into Ultra. So we might be, the goal might be just skip Hydras, skip Mutas, and rush into Ultra Tech instead. Has been a trendy style in recent times. So that's what it seems to be the case. Seems to be the case so far. Oh. Likewise, Beyond does continue his aggression, dropping on the right, pushing towards the left. There isn't much creep here, but at the same time, Beyond's army, it's lacking. He's got 2 tanks, he's got a handful of Marines. He's quite committed here. This is an expensive force, and he can't afford to lose the tanks, not like this. Yeah, Marines, they collapse in, they get on top of the first tank, they get on top of the second tank as well. And Beyond is being cleaned up completely, as he will lose everything. Yeah, both tanks and the fire. Again, Reynor trading minerals for gas. Again, just being overly aggressive. Behind this, we have 3 more Raxes on the way. I believe that's a 8-rack setup. Yeah. So he's going for an 8-rax. He is taking 1 gas, which tells us that Beyond may be expanding. So he does have 1 extra gas guys on the way. Beyond is rallying in. So far, 3 base all in. Infestors have arrived, does land a fungal, very nice fungal. Oh god. And Beyond, he will lose everything. He'll lose everything once again. Reynor, he'll be forced to cancel. We'll lose 1 expansion. But he's fine. Yeah, he can afford it. And again, Reynor, he went for safety infestors before the Ultra Tech. We assumed it was just going to be Ling Bane Ultra. It's going to be Ling Bane Ultra Infestor. The infestors are out. Reynor, he's holding. Beyond throwing away a lot of supply, now going for a triple drop into the main. And Beyond's 4th base is late. A later 4th base here for Beyond. As I believe the intention was to go for a 3 base all in. Drops into the main though, does unload. Reynor completely out of position. Uh-oh. Army gets in, going for the Hive. Bolt move. Hive is under fire, tank is going to go down. Lings are trickling in, and it looks like the base may barely fall. Snipes the Hive. Oh god. Fungal does connect. Upgrades his start just in time. And again, Reynor, he may have lost the Hive, but he already has the Ultra Cavern, and he has Kindness Plating on the way. And Adrenal, like the upgrades are already in production. Now this will delay 3-3, true. Like 3-3 is going to be delayed. But he has access to Ultras. On top of that, no Viper tech either, true. No Vipers, no 3-3. That's always going to be missing. Reynor, he's maxing out. What's also important is that to be able to afford all... Oh god, that's brutal. Oh god. Takes down a full medevac. I was going to say that what's important here, the reason why he's been able to afford all of this, no Bailings. It's been purely Ling defense. Like Ling Infestor, Ling Ultra. All the gas has been spent on upgrades, on tech. But Reynor, he has pulled it off. As ultras have arrived, scan does reveal them. Oh god, brutal fungals here, but alas, the medevac should survive. Like, the fungals are getting some damage. It's going to take a lot of fungals to bring down a medevac. Oh, gets one. Gets one medevac, but again, that was a lot of fungals. That was what, like 4 or 5 fungals? Jesus. I just realized, in my mind, he at least had a Bailey nest. No Bailey nest. Just enough. So he actually just can't make Bailings, period. So just pure Ling Ultra Infestor. At the same time, going for a mass Doom drop. Bjorn, he does establish his own 4th base. That's a big moment for Bjorn. So Bjorn, he can max out. There we go, Bailey Nest now on the way. Drop in towards the main. Things are keeping up. No, okay. We do have Overlord speed. Overlords are trying to bypass the drop. This Reynor does spread in the front lines. Decent fungal. Mind shot going up. Takes down a line of Marauders. And again, Reynor just keeping Bjorn busy and getting ready for the drop, which I feel like should be moving out soon. Or should just be moving out. There we go. Drop is making its way towards the main. Wouldn't mind to set up. Nice fungal. Fungal will clean up the first wave. Queens do overextend. Yeah, Reynor collapsing in. Drop has arrived. And Bjorn, he does notice. He's racing back home. The SimCity here is brutal, though. Yeah, the ultras, they can't fully engage. Drop does unload. Catching out the production. Forcing back the army. And Bjorn is being torn apart. Another focal connects. Oh, God. Ultras are cleaned up. The Marauders, they hold their own. And Bjorn holds. Bjorn, he does hold on. Does cost him a lot of SCVs. That's going to be 14 SCVs going down. A couple of Zerglings do burrow. But he holds. He defends. Does defend. Going for the mass scans. Picking up whatever he can. Reynor remaxing. Still with ultras. At this point, I would want to see a... never mind. We already have a Spire. I was going to say I want to see a Spire. I want to see some upgrades. 3/3s on the way. There we go. +1 air attack as well. Reynor does have to start working towards Corruptors. Slings on bar. Monetary goes down. The grid is panning out. So again, there's limited anti-air for Reynor. The Queens are helping, though. Queens doing what they can. Bjorn is turtling. And again, this is why we had to, I would say maybe even earlier, work towards Corruptors and work towards Broodlords. Like, breaking this position with Ultras is not going to be easy. Not impossible, but just not easy. Making one by trickling in. Takes down a tank, gets into the mineral line. Nice hold position micro, gets a couple of SCVs. I say a couple, 11, oh my god. Yeah, 13 SCVs going to be going down. Nice run by here from Reynor. There we go, Corruptor production has begun. Needs those Corruptors. Getting into Banelings. And essentially, Reynor, he shouldn't be pushing here. The goal would be to try to push towards the fringe bases, towards the left and right hand side, where there are less defenses, and trying to force Beyond to respond, to react and to rotate. And force Beyond to unsiege and reposition and spread himself thin. Because right now these bases are exposed. Right now these bases are vulnerable. I say that, Reynor, he's just going for it. He's just going right down mid into the minefield. The Bio Army's out of position. Takes care of most of the Widow Mines and cleans up all the Liberators. Not bad. Takes down all 5 Liberators. Has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Gets a handful of SCVs. And again, thanks to his link run-bys, I mean, the army was out of position. The Bio Army specifically. So nice cleanup. What's important as well is the Corruptor survived. So he preserves the Corruptors. Likewise, we can start working towards greater upgrades. No greater Spire yet, which I think is okay. But we are neglecting some of those upgrades. Drop Lord's coming back. This position is now far weaker. There was a minefield and a Liberator field here as well, but now there's only 1 Liberator and 2 Widow Mines. At the same time, though, we're making 6 Liberators at a time. So let's try to collapse in. Takes down the Widow Mine. Yeah, diving on the Marines. There's not much support here. The Marines going to be forced back. Liberation has arrived, though. And with that, Beyond holds. Beyond, he does hold. At the same time, the base goes down. Nice melee. Jesus. Nice melee connections. Catching up the army. There's 1 Infestor left. This is triggering a counterattack. Widow Mines are going down. Oh, brutal fungal. There was only 1 fungal and it does connect. He makes it count. Yeah, breaks through the Bio Army, and with that, Reynor, he's done it. With that, Reynor, he breaks through, breaks the main army, gets over the mineral line. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. It does take a lead in the series again. A solid game 1 here from Reynor. We saw that Beyond, he had an okay start with his 2-axe Reaper, but as you mentioned, he didn't get eyes on the 3rd base. He wasn't able to slow down Reynor. If you recall, Beyond losing his first wave of tanks was brutal, and on top of that, he lost his first drop as well. If you recall, Beyond, he was going to commit into a 3-base all-in. He was 8-raxing, but then it fell on its face. He lost too much too quickly, and then he had to go into a delayed 4th. And from that moment, as he got into the mid-game, Reynor was ahead. Reynor took a lead. And even though Beyond did snipe the main, even though he sniped the hive, it didn't really matter. As we were pointing out, because of the timing, because of the tech that was already thrown down, we already had the Ultra Cavern, we already had the Cavern, we already had Adrenal on the way, we already had Ultra production as well. The only thing it delayed was Viper Tech and 3-3. Like, it wasn't really the biggest pick off there in the main. So Reynor, he wasn't really slowed down too much. It was just all over Beyond. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into into game 2, and we'll see if Beyond can recover and bounce back. So getting into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. But if you remember early on, again, Beyond, he pushed out with his first 2 tanks with a handful of Marines. Before that, he lost a full medevac as well, so like he was bleeding out a lot of supply early on, which is why Reynor got so comfortable early on as well, getting up to 5 and 6 bases. So it's a very comfortable game there from Reynor, and now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. Down in the series, we'll see him bounce back, as once again, he's opening up 2-axe Reaper, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk. In the series 1-0, it is Reynor. We go. So Reynor is setting up, and again, Beyond throwing down the Raxes here on the low grounds. We saw that last game, Beyond, he was able to get 1 drone, he was able to pick off a couple of lings, but he wasn't able to successfully delay the 3rd. He did not delay the 3rd base, which is the whole point of this build, to be honest. The whole point of the opener is delay the 3rd and contain your opponent, but Beyond, he failed to do so. So we'll see if he can have a little bit more success here in game 2. As the Raxes are on the way. That's from here, we're settling in. Just waiting for the Reapers to move out. And again, Reynor, he will confirm. His Overlord is on the way. Yep, he already scouted. He already confirmed both Raxes. He knows. Now, last game, oh, he's doing it again. Last game, he did rush into a third. He's doing the same thing this game as well. This time, I feel like it should be punished. This time, I feel like Bjorn should be checking. So does poke in. Does poke in. We'll get one drone. Nice pickup. Gets one worker so far. As from here, he's going to be zoned away. Does he check an expansion? And he will. Okay, this time he checks. This time he confirms that there's a base in production. But Bjorn, he's already stopped. Yeah, he's already stopped reproduction. He's already has a factory on the way. But at least now Bjorn is aware. But again, he does stop at 3. Oh god. Breaks through into the main. Picks up one Zergling. And I'm curious to see where Bjorn takes us from here. We have our add-ons in production, factories on the way. Do we turn this into... Oh, third CC, never mind. I was going to say if we go into like an aggressive build into an add-on swap into like a Hellbat push or something along those lines, but the answer is no. Third CC is on the way. Bjorn is building up in towards a macro game. And honestly, I'm liking Reynor's position. Once again, Reynor, he gets away with the third base. Only loses one drone. Maintains his bases, drones up, link speed kicks in. Oh, Bjorn is being quite greedy here. Okay, so Bjorn, he does go for a setup for a 2-on-1. He delays the starport in favor of what? In favor of double eBay. So this is actually a much more defensive setup here. He's not pushing, he's not dropping, as you otherwise would with this build. Okay, you have my attention. So again, delayed stim. Again, typically in a standard build here, or in a standard 2-on-1, you would have stim on the way, but there's no stim. Why is there no stim? 1-1. He's working on 1-1 upgrades. Again, he's being aggressive. That's why we see the add-on swap with the reactor as well. Makes sense. Typically we'd have reactored Marines, but we're going for the add-on swap into reactored Hellion to have some kind of presence on the map, because Marines are not going to be active for a long time. So I would say unique build here from Bjorn. Very unique. This is going to be a later timing with 1-1 upgrades. And this actually leads into an ARAX really nicely, because it hits with 2-2. I believe the ARAX would be lined up with 2-2. So, okay, Bjorn. Let him cook, Mappy. Let him cook. But now he gets surrounded. Nice setup here with Reynor. Catches out both Hellions. Very nicely done. Shuts down the army. And again, this army wasn't really designed to get damaged, but it was designed to deny creep and to keep the creep at bay. And Bjorn, he will fail to do so. He's stuck at home. And this means that Reynor can now freely drone. He can freely drone to his heart's content and get another expansion. Reynor can now be greedy. So there's a big moment here for Reynor. And Bjorn is having a shaky follow-up. We spoke about 2-2. There it is. Armory is on the way. That is going to be for 2-2. Again, that 2-2 timing should hit like a truck, but it's not going to be as intimidating this time. Just because Reynor, he's droning. He's droning. There we go. Fourth base is on the way. Freely spreading his creep, knocking down at rocks, opening up the map. Now, something that I am a little bit concerned by, if Bjorn is going for an 8-Rax, which, I mean, all things lead into that direction, as more Raxes are going to be on the way. Yeah, we're add-on swapping and throwing down more Raxes. My big concern here is, last game we saw that Reynor, he skipped Banelings. It was very greedy for him to skip Banelings to go into Ultras. Once again, Reynor, he does not have a nest. No Bailey nest. Hellbats are moving in. Again, this is a 1-1 timing. Lings, they come in for this round. Very nice round. And Bjorn, he has to get the hell out of here. The Metavex are insanely low. Does kite back. He trades well for himself. And he gets away. Bjorn, he does get away. But the trade was decent. Bjorn took down 57 Lings for a couple of Hellbats and a couple of Marines. So efficient trade here. But again, if Reynor once again skips Banelings and goes for the Infestor, like, it's just so greedy here. And I feel like he should be punished for it. Like, I don't know if Reynor's going to get away with it this time. Yeah, he's doing the same thing. So same build. So once again, no Banelings, rushing Infestor. Then into Hive. Then into Ultras. So far, I believe we have a 5 racks. Yeah, 5 rack setup so far. We're waiting for 3 more. Again, 2-2 is halfway done. Like, this is the timing that we're really waiting for. The 2-2 timing. Till then, Bjorn, he's trading well. Trading very well, actually. Remember, no Banelings. And every single Zergling goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Bjorn barely losing anything. Man with gun is pretty good. And there's a reason why you need Banelings. Ay, ay, ay. That was almost another 50. That was 40 Zerglings going down for 7 Marines. Gee, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. And now he stims in. Yeah, he stims in. He wants the Queens. He's going to get them as well. Yeah, he's going to break through. I say that. Transfuses the clutch. There we go. Does him in. Does go for the dive. He gets 1 Queen. He gets 1. And it's going to be close, but he does get the other. Yeah, breaks through all the Lings. Takes down 2, 3, 4 Queens. Reynor, he cannot hold on. He cannot survive. No, without some splash damage. Infestors are on the way. But Bjorn, he breaks through. He breaks through that defensive line. Cleans up all the creep. And Reynor, he has to rely on those fungals. There's a scan he sees. Yeah, Bjorn knows. Bjorn, he's now aware of the fungal. Scans the 4th base. Going for the double drop. Reynor, he does keep up with the drop play. Nice movement by Reynor. Very nice. He's keeping up. Hive is now done. Adrenals on the way. Should be working towards Ultras. This is a very clutch hold here from Reynor. As fungals are connecting. That was 3 fungals. But he does catch a couple of Metavex. At the same time, drop across the map. Does not quite unload. And Reynor, so far, he's getting away with it. Like, it's not a clean defense by Reynor, but so far, so good. He's surviving. He's holding. And he just has to buy a little bit more time for the Ultras. He's almost there. Reynor, he's almost there. He's almost at the Ultras. Bjorn's pushing in. Likewise, Bjorn is also very close to breaking Reynor. Remember, 3 fungals are just used, so there are that many less fungals here for Reynor. Yeah, no fungals currently with these Infestors. Now 1 is coming in. And he rotates. Does rotate around. Again, Bjorn is 3 base all in. No gases. No gases, no factory, no 4th CC. He's 8-raxing. Which is what this build led into. And I spoke about the 2-2 timing. 3-3 is also about to kick in. So just a hyper-aggressive style here from Bjorn. 4th CC has just begun. Tells us that Bjorn doesn't believe he can break his opponent. Fungal does graze the army. Here come more fungals. Decent splits here by Bjorn. Splits are decent. Fungals do connect, but he just tanks the fungal. Oh my god. He just tanks it anyway. He doesn't care. There's 1 fungal left. Alright, let's drop into the main. Oh my god, going for the Ultra Cavern, does get it. Massive pickup. The Ultra Cavern goes down, denies kindness plating. Massive pickup. And this is much more impactful than shutting down the Hive. And much more than sniping the Hive. I mean, ideally you get both. But a couple of Ultras are popping out. I want to say 4 in total. Yeah, 4 in total. So it's going to be 4 Ultras, but they're going to be with 2-2. They're going to be lacking their kindness fighting upgrade. So upgrades are going to be lacking. Ultra Cavern's on the threat once again. Bjorn's pushing in, and Bjorn, he's breaking Reynor. Reynor, he needs those fungal growths. But he doesn't have one. Mind Shot goes up. There's no creep to work with. The Ultras, they're vulnerable. Yeah, they just melt. Down to 3 ultras. 3 ultras left. 5 is done. And the ultra cabin has been rebuilt. It's still very low. Very low. Oh. But ultras are coming back online. They're still lacking upgrades. Mind shots going up. Oh, catching out an infestor. Fungal does connect. Very nice fungal. And isn't enough? It's close. There's 1 ultra remaining. Nah, there's 0. 0 ultras left. Again, the ultras without their upgrades, they're so vulnerable. Like, they go down so fast. They're made out of paper, but yeah. They need those upgrades. Ultras just now popping out. Again, they get 3 shots. 4 shot. Transfuse barely keeps it alive. Clutch transfuse there by Reynor. I spoke too soon. Oh, God. Ultras are going down at the same time. Drop towards top left. Takes down the expansion. Beyond Heat defense back at home. But he's running out of bio. Running out of steam. Waiting for reinforcements. But for the most part, he's done it. Like Beyond, he has so much momentum in this game. Knocking down the 5th base. Knocking down the 6th base. Hatcheries are just falling. And again, these are expensive losses as once again another ultra gets targeted. Kindness plating finally finishes. It's done. Let's go. Oh, mine shots aren't connecting. The ultra still goes down. Again, lacking +3. And there are just so many marauders. And again, we're looking for the ace match here. Again, those really unique builds out of Beyond, winding it back. If you remember, he went for the add-on swap. He went for Reactor to Hellion from the 2-1-1 into delayed starport, into faster ebays, into a stronger 1-1, 2-2, and 3-3 timing. And GG gets called. Beyond, he will overwhelm. Beyond ties up the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to game 3. And again, just a really aggressive build here from Beyond. Really, I say aggressive build, really greedy initially, just because he was relinquishing a lot of map control. It allowed Reynor to be greedier and to take more bases and drone up a little bit harder. But we saw that Reynor was also being punished for his lack of banelings. There's like 2 things came into play here. One was the really strong upgrade timings out of Beyond, right? With 1-1, 2-2, and 3-3, just really strong timings with really early ebays, and of course with an ARAX behind it. But on top of that, remember Reynor, he was intentionally cutting corners, he was being greedy and being risky by skipping banelings. Like he made that choice, which is why he was having a really hard time trading with purely Zerglings. So just a really greedy build here by Reynor. He gets punished. Reynor, he does get punished, and we'll see how things conclude here as we get into the ace match. As we get into game number 3. Here we go. As we are setting up. Oh, here we go. Just catching up with the chat. I really enjoy how infestor heavy the ZVC meta is at the moment. It's a lot more, I would say it's a lot more common with roach based openers. If you watch SHIN, for example, SHIN and several as well, they usually open roach to be safe and then to go for a later timing with infestors and with ultras. What we're saying here from Reynor is really greedy, and if we want to see how it works well, look at game 1, right? Same build out of Reynor 2 games in a row, but Beyond has been adapting and adjusting to Reynor to punish the greed from Reynor. So game 2, Reynor was punished, and I'm assuming that we won't see the same build in game 3, but we'll see. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. Oh, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Reynor. Here we go. Damage from fucking growth is too poor for Metavax. Usually it's okay. Like again, just winding it back just to reiterate, just because, you know, it can be easy to just look at one game and formulate opinions from that. A lot of it came down to Reynor's power spike, but the power spike in that build are the ultras, right? So we're working towards and we're surviving until ultra tech. But again, because Beyond already saw that build in game one, that's why Beyond was more aggressive than in game one. He was a little more aggressive, a little more in Reynor's face, and he was able to outtrade him early on, able to hit stronger and earlier timings. Very aggressive play there by Beyond to punish Reynor, and it also culminated in Beyond sniping the Ultra Cavern. Because the Ultra Cavern got sniped, it took so long not just for the Ultras to come online, but for Kindness Plating to come online as well. So that power spike that that Reynor was going for was heavily delayed, which was the whole point of the build. What, right, was to survive until Ultras. Right? That was the point of Reynor's build. And he was shut down before he could get there. But now we're getting into the ace match, and that's why I want to believe that Reynor most likely is going to change his build here and do something different, as Beyond has adapted throughout the course of this series. For now, we're settling in, going for a CC first build. So CC first into a delayed Rax, Marine here, very greedy build here by Beyond, really greedy opener, I should say, going CC first. And he will get away with it. Reynor goes for a standard hatch gas pull, so Reynor cannot punish the greed of Beyond. Now, the downside of this build here from Beyond is because he's being so greedy, zero scouting. No SCV scouts, no Reaper scout, no nothing, so very greedy opener out of our Terran player. If Reynor was going for an early pool, if he was going for early gases, if he was going for an early Roach Warren, then Beyond would have no idea. He would have no idea, so it's a really big gamble, but he's gambling well because it's a standard build by Reynor. Something like this would be punished if he was playing against like Dark, for example, or even Shin. But against Reynor, it's working well. And from here, third CC for Starport. So again, economic follow-up here out of Beyond. And the first bit of scouting that Beyond is going to have is going to be with this Hellion, as the Hellion will move out. What happened in game 2? I missed it. Beyond, he went for a really strong 8 racks. Really early upgrades. Just some heavy aggression out of Beyond. And he broke Reynor. He broke him. I was on Ultra Love as well, which is a smaller map. I should also emphasize that as well. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so something like an ARAX is weaker on Tokamak. Something like a 3 base all-in, which is what we saw in Ultra Love, which is a much smaller map. Once again, double eBay before Starport. Once again, we're going for the same style. Different builds, but we're kind of getting in the same direction here. Jesus, that is insane. So a couple of things here. One, I mean, Beyond is cutting so many corners, and he's playing so blind. He's moving out with 3 Hellions. He's poking in. Again, just like last game, Beyond heavy delay on the starport, even more than last game actually. Last game it was a starport after the double eBay. This time it's a third Rax before starport as well. So really late starport. What this means is there's no drop play. Drop play is delayed. Once again, Beyond is heavily reliant on these Hellions to gain map control, to give him vision, and to deny creep. So there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of these Hellions while he's cutting corners back at home. And again, rushing into 1-1, delaying his starport. This does look like the beginning of an ARAX. I was saying that ARAXs are weaker on this map, and they are weaker, but this is the beginning of it, as we're already getting up to 5. Soon to be taking the third base and then throwing down 3 more. So this does look like the beginning of a 3 base all-in. And I'm a little bit concerned if Reynor once again skips banelings. Like, against this kind of build, I feel like you can't afford to skip banelings. It's like, you get punished. We saw it last game. It's going to be a 5-minute lair. 5-minute lair at Reynor. Gases are being taken. 1 Evo chamber into +1 carapace. Going for a second Evo chamber, going into 1-1 upgrades. which means once again we are delaying the baneling nest, and because of the lair timing, he may just skip it entirely. There's still room here to throw down the nest. There's the armory for 2/2 upgrades. It's skipping it. Yeah. Oh, actually, okay. +1 range. Reynor, he's not rushing into ultras this time. I would imagine we're rushing into lurkers with range upgrades. Show us what you got. No shot. I mean, there's no hydrogen. No shot. We're going into swarm host. Okay, there we go. Yeah, lurker tech. So this makes more sense. So Reynor, he's rushing into lurkers. He is skipping banelings. What I will say is that lurkers will come online faster than ultras. True, that's the benefit of lurker tech. It is faster. And we'll see if Reynor can survive until he can get into lurkers. It's going to be close. It's going to be clutch. Remember, Reynor, he's going to defend with purely Ling Queen. Just pure Ling Queen here. Does scan, does see the army. Oh, Beyond getting surrounded, getting caught out. A nice round here from Reynor. Does force a pickup. Beyond, he has to pull away. And Reynor, he's pulling it off. Again, he's buying time. Here we go. Infestors are morphing in. Hydras are morphing in. We have the Hive on the way as well. And that is a second factory. This tells us Beyond is going to take gases and Beyond is going to expand. But now they're stepping in. Oh, we're still not ready though. Yeah, still no banelings. I mean, still no Hydras, still no Infestors. Lings, they just melt, and he sims in. He's going for the kill. Yeah, there's no Ling support. And before Reynor can get into lurkers, he's being broken. He's being broken here and now. It's still quite close, but there are so many Marines. And Beyond, he goes for the kill. He goes for the kill. He goes for the throw. One fungal connects, but a little bit too little, too late. Yeah, the fungal was too late. He breaks on through. Again, Reynor, he was so greedy rushing into lurkers. He almost got there. He almost got... Oh, God. The fungal damage is crazy. But again, Beyond, he should break him. He should break through. Takes down the mineral line, takes down the Hydras. Again, the Hive is on the way. The lurker den was soon to be thrown down, but he did not get there in time. And Beyond is rallying. He's just rallying across. He's running out of steam. Okay. Reynor, he's holding on. Now, Reynor, he survives. He survives, but he lost 21 drones. He lost 21 workers, and he lost every infestor as well. That was a very messy defense here for Reynor. He does survive, but remember, Beyond behind this, we have 3 more Maxes on the way. We have a 4 CC that's halfway done, and we have 2/2 upgrades are about to kick in. Remember, this was pre-2/2. So Beyond, he's not done. He's nowhere close back. He's not done yet, but more infestors are building up, and if Reynor can land some of these fungals, he can survive. So we can hold on. Fungal does connect. There are no Lings. Yeah, there are no Zerglings. He can just tank the fungals. The medevacs, they pop up. Hydra's going to be going down, and Beyond has done it. Beyond, I mean, he did it earlier, I should say. Like, Beyond, he has a lead. He's had momentum ever since the previous fight, and he's not stopping. He's not letting go of his lead. And Reynor, he's treading water. He's treading water at this point. He's trying to survive, trying to hold on. He's trying to live back. Yeah. He's holding on to 1 fungal. I think he's about to have 2. About to have 2 fungals. Mine shots going up. Nice retargeting. Fungal does not connect. Yeah, it just grazes the army. And again, mass Marines should overwhelm. Oh, it doesn't waste any mine shots either. And we're scanning. Again, Beyond, he's just confirming. He's like, why are you still in this game? He's like, you don't have another base? Thank God. Beyond just making sure that he's where he should be. Yeah, tanks the fungal. Ooh, he cannot tank 2 though. Nice cleanup. Reynor, he holds. Does hold on. Nice chain fungals here out of Reynor. The lurker den is still halfway done. Like, if there was a lurker den here, then maybe he could survive a little bit longer with a wave of lurkers. But it's pure Hydra. He still needs more time for the lurker den, for the Hive. Bjarni rotates. Ooh, nice catch on the medevac. Very nice catch on both medevacs. Bjarni getting punished. Now, with these pickoffs, by catching these medevacs, Reynor, he can fortify himself and he can defend on 4 bases. If you remember, we spoke about this at the start of the game. Tokamak is a map where you can, even with a smaller army, defend on 4 bases easier than on other maps. So, hey, we're stabilizing on 4 bases, lurkers are morphing in, and Reynor, he is slowing the game down. He's slowing the game down. He can then stabilize on 4 bases and max out on 4 bases. The problem here is that because Bjarni has map control, Bjarni is up in expansions, Bjarni will be the first to max, and Bjarni can get to a point where he can trade inefficiently. Even pushing into lurkers and pushing into concaves, Bjarni will take worse fights, but he'll have the economy to sustain those worse fights. That's the problem with this kind of game state here, where Reynor, he can slow the game down, but it's still going to be a rough road to recovery. As you can see here, we're just walling up. We're turtling, basically. We're just turtling up as hard as we can with lurkers. We just have to turtle until we max out, until we catch up when it comes to upgrades. Like, Reynor, he just has to be hyper defensive here. And I mean, so far, he is doing so. The big issue for Reynor is taking a 5th. Again, I was emphasizing how easy it is to defend on 4 bases on this map. Ooh, Duskin. But the 5th base is more exposed, for sure. It's more difficult to take a 5th. Snipes going off, gets a lurker. Draw out the drop into Hydras. And again, Reynor, he's defending nicely. Defending well. Another snipe here on another lurker. Again, it's all just about turtling up. Just hunker down. And do your best mech impression. Oh, Fungals coming in. They do connect. Massive connections. Yeah, Fungals do land. And again, Bjarni does take a really rough fight here, bleeding out a lot of supply. And this is where Bjarni should be transitioning, and now he is. We have a double starport on the way. This is for Liberators. And because this fight went so well for Reynor, now we can expand. Meanwhile, Bjarni should not have pushed. Bjarni, he should not have tried to break his opponent, should just try to focus on containing. And in doing so, he bleeds out a massive army. Oh, good. The snipes are good, though. Snipes are pretty good. Gets 4 lurkers. Again, the lurkers are the one thing keeping Reynor alive in this game. Like these lurkers, in conjunction with the infestors, of course. But he can't afford to lose them. And beyond, his goal here should just be deny the 5th. Deny the 5th base over and over again. He should not try to force his way into these bases. Meanwhile, Nidus across the map. That's a good way to break out and get some harassing damage. Nidus is done. Nice EMP. We'll lose a ghost. Lose a ghost. The snipes are brutal though. Snipes fall off, the base is denied. Double Nidus into the natural and into the main, but the army's in position. Bjarni defends. Bjarni he defends, and again Bjarni has to deny this expansion. He shuts out the Nidus worms. Bjarni pulling away. The base is halfway done. Reynor. I mean, this is going to be difficult to base to mine from. Difficult to base to mine from just because of the base itself, just because the minerals are exposed. And Liberator Productions is on the horizon. There's that Fusion Core. Again, Fusion Core for Liberator range. Bjarni's almost there. Ooh, does catch the Overseer. Denies the Nidus. The base is getting up, but mining from this base, it's still going to be a challenge. As Reynor, he's double expanding, and thanks to all these Nidus swarms, even though they aren't really finishing, even though they're not getting much damage, they're forcing the army back home, and they're giving Reynor some breathing room. They're giving him time to breathe, giving him time to expand. Oh god. Yeah, losing a wave of lurkers. Like, once again, like Reynor, he's been on the back foot for the past, what, 8 minutes at this point? but he's hanging in there. And again, there is a path like to recovery for sure. As he's morphing in 6 more lurkers, he will have how many? 21 lurkers. He can take a fight with this for sure. He can take a fight. But he's out of position. No, all the lurkers are here on the right hand side. The base is exposed. Does force a big reaction. Reynor, he does rotate in time. Collapsing the army. Mine shots going up. Yeah, snipes. Oh, yeah. Reynor, he will lose all 4 lurkers and the base as well. Again, Reynor, he was just out of position. He was just out of position. He had all 21 lurkers on the wrong side or on one location. He was not spread out. And Reynor, he will lose the center expansion and the base on left hand side as well. Again, Reynor is still trading water. Nice fungal. Very nice flank. Ooh, catching out some ghosts. Better fight here for Reynor. Double Nidus into the main. Beyond does notice, and Liberation has arrived. Ooh, oh god, as Reynor, he's committing. I don't think he should be here. As Reynor, he will lose all these lurkers. I mean, he's getting a couple of ghosts. Okay, Hydras are popping out. Hydras do pop out. He's trying to work his way through. Ghosts are in position. So we have the battle report, we don't. But this is a costly trade here from Reynor, but he's getting himself the production. True. If he can take control of this position, he can win the game. He can win the game here. Snipes are going off. Down to 5 lurkers. Down to 5. Down to 4. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. He's gonna lose everything here. Like, it was a bold move here by Reynor, and this could have won the game, but he will lose everything. At the same time, he's just rallying everything across the map. He's sending it back. He's sending it. Nidus back in. Okay. Causing a lot of chaos. Nidus is still up and running in the main. He's trying to pull Beyond apart. But unfortunately, Reynor can't afford these losses. Do we have another scan? The ghosts are here, but there's no... There we go. There's the scan. Snipes popping up. At least trying to. Liberators are moving in. Hydras, oof, they get punished. Hydras are punished. Reynor, he has to get out of here. Reynor's trading relatively well for himself. And these lurkers are being so annoying. But Liberators, they move in. They move in. They clean up. And again, taking over the production here is a win condition that you can go for. But as you can see, Reynor, he has no bank. He has no bank, he has no money, he has no resources. GG gets called as he has nothing remaining, and Beyond will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Beyond, he will claim the series again. A very, very intense finale to the game, even though Beyond, he was in the driver's seat for the majority of the game. Winding it back, for those that maybe missed out in the beginning, if you recall... So heading over to the NA server. But if you missed out in the beginning of the game, if you recall, it all began with Reynor being very greedy. If you remember, Reynor, he was rushing into Lurker tech. His goal with his build was to go Ling into Lurker, Ling into Hydra Lurker. So he was cutting a lot of corners, he was once again skipping banelings, and we did see that Beyond was being hyper aggressive once again, just like game 2, going for a really early +1/+1 timing and really early 2/2 timing, and with those early timings he broke through. He broke through just before the Infestors ready, just before the Hydras are ready. Beyond, he was able to deal critical damage, and Reynor was trading water from there. He was able to hold and stabilize with his lurkers, but as we saw, his goal there was to just turtle up and to slowly try to expand, but he was being torn apart, he was being caught out of position, and Beyond, with his map control, was able to leverage that to make sure he stayed ahead. The Nidus play was really crucial. Basically, Reynor was all in. Reynor, he was all in. He was all in, going for the Nidus play across the map, and with that, it barely did not work out, as we're getting into our next game. We're getting into the semifinals. Here we go. We are getting into MaxPax versus Classic. So Bjorn, he does advance on to the semis. We'll be catching up with Bjorn after this series. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll catch up with him. But now MaxPax and Classic are going to be facing off. WardiTV. Here we go. Also, a big shout out to Sugar the Cult II. Sorry, I do apologize for not giving you a shout out earlier. We were engrossed in the game itself. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the stream. Welcome to the WardiTV Monday. We are here now in the semifinals to determine who will advance on first into the grand finals. Let's go. We're jumping into the PvP. Here we go. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. So into our fresh series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. We have the South Green Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. We go. So we are settling in. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Here we go. So does anyone know if Stats still plays? He does not. He does not. Unfortunately, Stats is one of those players that did silently retire. The last time he played was last year EWC. So it's been almost a year since he last played, since he last competed, which is a shame. Stats, he was one of those players that we were all looking for the GSL qualifiers. When the GSL qualifiers came around, that was basically like the litmus test or the signifier of like who was still competing and who wasn't. And Stats, he didn't play in GSL. Did not play in GSL either in Season 1 or Season 2 this year. But here we go. We're settling into our fresh best of 3. So far, 2 Gate Opener. 2 Gate Opener out of Classic. Meanwhile, we have the Gate Cyber Expand out of MaxPax. Okay. Now, when it comes to our PvP here, MaxPax doing what he always does, going for an economic opener. I say what he always does. This is one step greedier here. This is a base before Stargate. So very greedy build here by MaxPax. And Classic, he scouts, he confirms, and he already has a pylon to get ready for a 1 base all-in. Now, oh, that was a 3rd pylon. Oh, and never mind. But we do see MaxPax, he was able to pro scout. MaxPax, he sees that the pylon was missing, so he knows that something is wrong. He knows that something is amiss. And we'll see if Classic does double back. Is this real or is this fake? Classic moving out with another probe. Okay, interesting. For now, Classic, he does open up double Stalker. He's got 2 more Stalkers on the way to push across the map. Classic going for a fake all-in. Okay, I see you. I've seen Hero do this. I've seen Hero do this build. Meanwhile, these Stalkers, ooh, they shut down the first sentry before Shield Battery is done. Nice big off here by Classic. Very nice. But again, he's faking an all-in. He's going for a ninja base. And remember, MaxPax, because he just scattered across the map, he saw no base, but there is one. There is a, in a way, ninja expansion here for Classic. MaxPax, how does he respond? He's throwing down a wave of shield battery. 2nd shield battery at the natural base. We have a 1st shield battery in the main base as well. Robo response, gateway as well. This is hybrid. Oh, another shield battery. Hybrid defensive play here from MaxPax. He will lose another sentry almost. One more volley. One más. Oh, barely not. But again, MaxPax, he is terrified. Now, on the one hand, this is really cool. On the other hand, can Classic deal with what he's forcing? So a couple of things here. Again, MaxPax, he's terrified of an all-in, and he's just being hyper defensive. There is no all-in, but what I will say here is that Classic is going to be building up a high immortal count. And by the time he has 3 immortals, by the time he realizes that there's no all-in, he's got another shield. Jesus, he's getting another shield battery. By the time he, there we go, let's cancel. By the time he realizes that there's no all-in, he can counterattack and he can go all-in himself. He can go for his own push with immortals. So right now, Classic is walking a very fine line. Like, we're walking a very fine line at the moment. On the one hand, he's forcing an army out, but he's also forcing defensive structures, which is a good thing. Because this won't help in the attack. This won't help when MaxPax breaks out. Gateway is spotted. Classic, he's getting saturated. The gateway is being shut down. And Classic is rushing into Blink. Now, what's really crucial here for Classic with Blink Stalkers is he has to gain map control. If he fails to gain map control, he may just lose the game. Ideally, he wants to break out, he wants to contain, he wants to keep MaxPax busy, because otherwise this happens. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Remember, MaxPax, he was forced to make a bunch of immortals early on, and if he's not going to use them defensively, it's time to use them offensively. So he's pushing, and he has a terrifying army. He has no blink, though. He has no potential micro here. Classic coming in from behind. He wants the immortal. He gets, very nice catch. Very nice catch. He gets one. Oh, he should get one. Just the counter force fields. MaxPax does save the immortal. Very nice save. MaxPax moving in. No defensive shield battery. Uh-oh. And MaxPax, he might just have too much. Yeah, he has too much here. This was the big concern, was the counter attack. And Classic, he's not ready for this. The boys are being pulled. Shield battery goes down. And this may just be critical damage. Does focus on one immortal. He gets one. He gets two. Gets both immortals. Now Stalker versus Stalker. Classic does have Blink. Ooh, does go for the dive. And he gets one more Stalker. Gets one more, but that costs Classic 7 probes. He's down 10 workers, or down plenty of workers here. Gateway still powered. Prism across the map. Classic, he has to counterattack. Back home, what is it to defend? It's going to be one immortal. And remember, we still have all those shield batteries. Ooh, he goes with the dive. He can two-shot. Oh, he can barely one-shot. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Goes into the main. The immortal has arrived. And can he get on top of the immortal? It's going to be close. He can. He can. He will. The immortal will go down barely with one more volley. Yeah, MaxPax, he's racing back home with a Prism. That was a bit of an F2. Trying to race back home. Down to 2 Stalkers. The boys are doing a lot of damage, though. Down to 2. Classic running out of Stalkers. Ooh, bit of mismovement. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. Another Stalker gets surrounded, but nah, he has enough. Yeah, he has enough. Classic, he doesn't. He breaks on through. He overwhelms MaxPax. And he should do critical damage here. Oh. Force the blink down. Force the blink out of the bane. I say that MaxPax, he's barely holding on. Again, it's so close here. Classic is on the brink of breaking MaxPax. MaxPax gets across the map. Once again, Stalkers are being focused. At the same time, MaxPax, he busts into the main. Depowers the shield batteries. Does depower, going for the base trade. Defensive warp ins. Yeah, Classic is fine. Classic, he defends. Oof, once again, blinks in. And GG gets called. Classic, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Classic, he does take a lead in the series here again. A very, very close game is what I will say. Classic, I love the fake out. I love the fake one base all in. He did force a big reaction out of MaxPax. MaxPax, he was terrified when really Classic, he was expanding, he was building up. Meanwhile, then the turns tabled, and MaxPax, with his immortal count, he actually had some better trades, some better fights. He was able to catch Classic out, but with the help of the boys, Classic, he barely won that fight. He counterattacked. GG. GG, well played. Whew, with that, Classic does take a lead, and we'll see if Classic can claim the series and make it to the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting into our next game. So we're getting into game number 2. We're jumping into game 2 here. Oh. And our players are ready. Game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Oh boy. Here we go. Again, getting into Incorporeal. And again, MaxPax, he has been having a bit of a harder time here in recent PvPs. But he took down Showtime earlier. True. He took down Showtime earlier in the tournament. That was a big win for MaxPax. So I'm hoping that he can force the ace match and bring us all the way to game 3. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force that ace match. The pressure is on. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. Leading the series 1-0. It is a classic. So here we go. Does move out. Once again, setting up back at home. And we'll see how greedy MaxPax is going to be. Bearing in mind, one of the reasons why MaxPax reacted as hard as he did is because he did go for a very greedy build, going for the faster Nexus, so he felt that much more in danger. He felt that much more exposed. This time, we're expecting a gateway into Cybercore into Stargate, followed by the Nexus. That's what we're expecting, and I'm sure that's what Classic is expecting as well. Again, MaxPax is a little more predictable here in PvP, and that's kind of the advantage that his opponents do have, is that they can kind of get a read on what MaxPax is up to early on, and then adapt from there. And this time, we're proxying. Okay, probe does move out. We're getting ready for the pylon. Based on its location, this looks like a proxy robo. If it was closer to the edge, I mean, this could still be a Stargate to go for the Oracle into the main to get economic damage done. But its location looks a little bit more sinister. Meanwhile, waiting for the Stargate. Waiting for the initial Stargates. There's a pylon block. Pylon block will force out the earlier attack. MaxPax is going for the Nexus. Never mind. Yeah, MaxPax is being greedy once again. I didn't notice how late his gases were. He didn't actually have the gas for a Stargate. So he does go for the faster Nexus. Very greedy build here. Same build 2 games in a row out of MaxPax. But this time it's a very real all-in. A very real all-in. MaxPax, he checks the typical location here on the right-hand side. Does go through the center. Does go across the map. Trying to confirm what's going on. And again, here comes the proxy. Here comes the all-in so far unscouted. MaxPax, he saw the adepts. Shield batteries are on the way. And MaxPax, he will now confirm. Yeah, he sees no base, he sees the third gateway, he knows Robo, he knows one base all in. For the most part, he's fully aware of what's going on. Throwing down his own gateway. Oh, he's going for the 3-gate response. Bold move. Basically, MaxPax, he's delaying his Robo, he's delaying his Stargate, delaying his tech in favor of extra gateways. Lead out a couple of probes. Does get one adept. Immortal production has begun. The Prism has arrived, which means we can drop right into the main. And MaxPax, he has no setup in the main base. Yeah, Prism moves in. Doesn't quite get into the mineral line. There we go, does drop in. A drops in, he can one-shot probes. Probes are going down. The Prism takes a lot of damage, though. Takes a lot of damage, but will get away. Oh, no, will not. Oh, massive pickoff. Yeah, nice setup there from MaxPax. Nice warp in. Again, Classy got a little bit too greedy there, and that was a big win for MaxPax. Without a Prism, there's no high ground vision, there's no reinforcements. This should be a second Immortal. And this might just be a hold. This might just be a hold here. This wasn't worth it. Classy got 3 probes. Nowhere near worth it. And yeah, now we see ClanKy. I mean, he does have a larger army to work with, I suppose. But this is just a really rough position here for Classic. Prism moves in. Now it all comes down to the control. It comes down to the micro. Stalkers are in position. Prism taking a lot of damage once again. Takes a lot of hits. Again, that was not worth it. Gets a Stalker. But the Prism is one shot away from going down. And Classic is running out of steam. The longer this goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Oh, the Phoenix is out. Pulls off the force fields. Phoenix goes for the dive. The Prism is no long for this world. It's going to go down. There's no saving it. Yeah, the Prism falls. And there's just nothing here. there's just nothing here. We do have a second Immortal finally. Yeah. But MaxPax is shutting this down. Because of his Phoenix response, he can lift. He can lift up every single Immortal. And even catch the Prism. No shot. Ah, the Prism. Prism gets caught out once again. And for the third time, it's going to go down. Yeah, massive pickoff. Takes on the Prism. No more reinforcements. No juggling. No micro. We can lift the Immortals one at a time. And remember, there's only 2 Immortals to begin with. And this is all just falling on its face. Adept state do shade into the main. Shade into the main base. They get a couple of probe kills, so MaxPax still has a better economy. And this is probably going to be the final fight here for Classic. He's got 1 Immortal, 1 War Prism. 1 last chance. There are the hallucinations. Yeah, with that MaxPax, he will clean this up. I mean, because the force field, the Immortal is not a part of the fight. The Immortal can barely engage. Phoenixes, they go for the lift. And they will focus on the Immortal. Yeah, it just barely does fall. With that, he can just dive on the Prism as well. Even just lifting all the Stalkers. Yeah, and with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. GG gets called, and MaxPax ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. See in the chat. Loser Prism, better keep pushing. I mean, he was all in. Like this. there's no macroing out of that. Just to make it clear, when you're all in like that, it's like you have to commit. Unfortunately, he lost the first War Prism, and that was the end of the push. But he had to keep trying, of course. Like there's no like expanding from that point or anything like that. You could argue that another desperation move you can go for is you lose the Prism and you go for the Bay and you try to go into a proxy disruptor, just for like a Hail Mary play. But that also gets shut down by Phoenixes as well. Like that's just it's yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3, and we'll see how our players will approach this. We'll see how greedy. I mean, MaxPax has been so greedy every game so far. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Bringing us back and forcing the ace match. Can he go the distance? Can he make it to the finals? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player with the South Green Protoss himself representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. Here we go. go and we'll see if MaxPax does adapt his opener. We'll see if he does change his style. And we've seen Classic mix things up so far, and really we're looking at Classic more than anything. Game 1, he went for a ninja base, went for a fake all-in. Game 2, went for a very real all-in. Game 3, what's it going to be? What are we going for? Welcome to Maganatha, of course. Maganatha is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Ooh, looks like Classic is hiding his pylon. Or at least hiding his probe. Oh, going for the Nexus. Okay. Gate expand. A greedy build here from Classic. Let's go. Pulling a bit of a hero. So Hero's very fond of this as well. Basically, a lot of the Korean Protosses against MaxPax, they're also willing to outgreed him, and successfully so. So we have this time Classic having the better economy compared to MaxPax. MaxPax going for a Gateway Cybercore expand. Meanwhile, Classic going for a Gate expand before Cybercore. An opener like this typically leads into Phoenix Wars. Typically. We'll see if we both go into Stargates. As MaxPax does have a lot more gas this time, so we can go for the Stargate. Yep, Stargate's on the way. Should be for Oracle into Phoenix. Assuming that Classic also goes Stargate. And if he does, this is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Does research Warpgate. Warpgate is on the way. No fast Stargate. Classic, it should be... Yeah, there it is. There it is. Stargate's on the way. So this is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Here we start, and we do not stop Phoenix production. Oh boy. Now, Phoenix Wars is very intense. It's very intense and very cutthroat as well. It's all about positional play. It's all about keeping your army stacked as well. It's all about the engagements. One wrong move, and it will cost you the game. Now, we have seen players like Classic and Hero and Showtime bring MaxPax down in Phoenix Wars. Like, they have been able to pull that off in the past. But it's still like, very cutthroat. It's still very brutal. As MaxPax, he has yet to confirm. Ooh, gets a probe. Not bad. Gets a probe kill. Phoenix production has begun for Classic. Now what's scary? There we go. As we're opening up Phoenix, sorry, Oracle into Phoenix. This is a little bit risky here from MaxPax. The Oracle is designed to scout, also designed to get some economic damage. The base is exposed. Classic out of position. But he does keep his Phoenix at home. Thankfully. Yeah, the Phoenix is at home. And he's waiting for the Oracle. Shield Barrier's too late. Yeah, 1 second too late here. Or a couple of seconds too late. Losing 2 probes. Nicely done. Adept Blackwire's going ham in the mineral line. Oracle gets another probe kill, gets 3 in total. At the same time, Adepts are across the map, also getting some damage done as well. Yeah, both players losing workers. And as the dust settles, Classic does have an economic lead. Yeah, Classic is ahead. He's up by 4 workers. And the Phoenix count is neck and neck. From here, we will need a second Stargate. There we go. Second Stargate for MaxPax. Double gate for Classic. Ooh, this is risky. This is very risky here. Classic is switching out of Phoenix Wars. Now, it is possible. Basically, the way to pull this off from the side of Classic is that you are hoping that MaxPax is playing scared. You're hoping that MaxPax stays at home. And there is a decent chance of that happening, just because, for all MaxPax knows, the Phoenix count should be even, right? The Phoenix count, it should be even if Classic is still making Phoenixes. But he's being somewhat active. He's still, of course, making more Phoenixes. There is a window in time where MaxPax can break Classic because of his Phoenix lead, which he's about to get into. And Classic is going for the all-in with Stalkers. Oh, they do miss each other. Adept does shade in. Coming in for the scouts. Oh, and he does see a gateway. I mean, that was the first gateway anyway. Oh, sorry, that was the second gate. As we're getting into a 5-gate setup. But there shouldn't be a second gateway. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Clutch Guardian Shield. Very clutch. And Classic's all in. Classic is just completely all in here. rallying everything across the map. MaxPax back at home. He realizes shield batteries are on the way. It's going to be a tough hold for MaxPax. He is up in Phoenixes, but he's down heavily in Stalkers. And Classic, he may have just done it. He may have just done it. He has to move everything in together. Ooh, does cancel the shield battery. I mean, there's nothing to defend. Yeah, there's nothing back at home. MaxPax caught with his pants down. Ay, ay, ay. He tries to engage. He tries to engage. There are just so many Stalkers, though. I say that Phoenixes are going down. Probes, they do tank, they do well, but GG gets called. Again, there's just nothing to defend. And Classic, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, very, very intense game there. A very cheeky build there by Classic. And Classic, he was praying. He was hoping that MaxPax would be passive, and thankfully he was. MaxPax, he wasn't moving out. He did not scout the bases. MaxPax, he was not aware as to what was happening. And with that, he was caught with his pants down. Whew, caught by the 2-base all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic, he will claim the series. And with that, we are making our way over to the Korean server for our final semifinals. As SHIN took down Lancer earlier, and now we have SHIN versus Beyond. Let's go. Let us go. As we are all hopping over. Phoenix 4K Korean style PvP, so hurt. MaxPax never sees that. I will say that he has seen that before. We cast a lot of StarCraft, but we have casted games where Hero has tried that against MaxPax. It's been a while. I want to say like at the start of the year. I want to say, sorry, was it the previous map pool? I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it was the previous map pool. We've seen Hero attempt that against MaxPax, and we've seen MaxPax shut it down before. In the previous map pool, but it's been a while. It's been a while. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next series. It is going to be Beyond versus SHIN. Beyond versus SHIN in a TVZ. And again, the winner of this series goes up against Classic. Oh boy. Here we go. As these two, they face off very, very often. As SHIN and Beyond, they are very active when it comes to the online tournament scene. Very active. For now, we're going to be going on a very short break, though. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our semifinals. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals, the other semifinals match here of the WardiTV Monday number 43. We just wrapped up with Classic versus MaxPax. Now we are jumping into Bjorn versus SHIN. Let's go. Let's jump on in this morning. In the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Rocking the dark portraits. Beautiful. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as predictions are open. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be settling in and calming things down. As again, when it comes to ZVT, SHIN and Bjorn, they often go back and forth. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. They very often do trade blows. I would say that currently Bjorn is looking a little bit more in form. True, I do lean towards Bjorn, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way to game number 3. SHIN does have it in him to break Bjorn. But we'll see. We'll see what our players have in store for us. As already, we're loading into Torches, a crazy map, a crazy game. Let's go. Torches is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, but we have been seeing a little bit of an uptick in popularity as of late, mainly in best of 5s. But here in a best of 3, you have my attention as Bjorn. He does mine through the minerals early on. Okay. Okay. Does mine through the first patch. I think SHIN, I think he's referring to that. He's like, hey. What's going on? He's like, oh, don't worry. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Bjorn. SMH. Hold on, I'll whip out my Google Translate. SHIN said it's too much, and Bjorn said I'm eating well. I think that's in regards to what just happened here. But now though, Reaper dips in. Reaper does dip in. Dancing with the army, the queen has arrived, and with that SHIN he will deflect, he will survive, and we will get into a longer game state. Again, Reaper aggression is a little bit more limited here on Torches because there's no Reaper cliff into the main, so the Reaper can only really threaten the natural. The main base is more secure. And Reaper aggression deflected. Behind this, Bjorn going for a third CC before starport. Standard opener so far at Bjorn. Standard play. Gracias, papi, gracias. Ese de snackets. Gracias. Seeing stats, no MaxPax in the finals. MaxPax isn't typically in the finals for the WardiTV Monday. Again, if you haven't tuned into these weeklies before, I feel like MaxPax is a little bit more prevalent in the Monday night weeklies. But here it's usually Hero and Clem. Like we've seen a lot of Hero and Clem in the finals of these tournaments. But there was no Hero this week, and if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, nice snipe here. SHIN, he's like, Pappy, what's going on? But I got lost, Pappy. Don't worry about it. It's a nice catch. The banter is real, by the way. Again, SHIN and Bjorn, they're good friends. Fun fact, actually, we talked about this. Oh my god, we're rushing into a lair. That's a lair on 2 bases, a lair at the 330, even previously, sorry, 320-ish. So really fast lair at a SHIN. And we spoke about why something like this is more powerful on this map. Because there's no Reaper cliff, there's no scout into the main base. Likewise, SHIN, he's going to be mining out and expanding here on the right hand side. Meanwhile, Bjorn has no access to this area, to this location, so SHIN, he can focus purely on queen defense here at the natural. So the queens, they create a wall, the third base is secure, the natural is secure, and the main base is secure, and the tech is hidden as SHIN is getting ready for a roach push. Oh boy. And Bjorn is none the wiser. But yeah, just quickly double checking here. Like usually it's Clem and Hero in the finals, but Hero, he didn't take part this week. Yeah, didn't play this week. Did not play. And of course, Clem went down early to Bjorn. So everything's up in the air as to who will claim this weekly. The favorites either aren't Hero got knocked out already. Let's go. But they're not favorites anymore. Oh no. As again, so far, Bjorn has seen nothing. I'm hoping that we see a scan soon. Like Bjorn, he's so blind. He's playing so blind here. Roach Straw amassing. Bjorn claiming his own third base, expanding towards SHIN. Oh, goes to the knife. He sees. He does see the roaches. He's now aware. He now knows. And Bjorn is getting ready. He needs bunkers to try to pull off a defense here. So he might just have to set up at the natural and just give up on this third. Assuming the Shin pushes, Infestation Bit's on the way. Now, this might be Infestation Bit into Infestors, into Ultras. We spoke about this during the Reynor series, how this idea of going into Infestor Ultra is typically done with a Roach-based opener. Roach, then into Infestor, then into Ultra Tech, as a bit of a more secure way to open up. Hey, that's how Shin took down Clem at DreamHack, true. Is how those matches did go. As roaches, they move in. They force back the drop. They deny mining. Tank does siege. And Shin is going for the tank. I won't get it. Yeah, he will not get it. Bjorn holds. Bjorn, he does hold on. Brutal tank shots. That was how many? That was 8 roaches going down. Expensive losses there. Brutal losses for Shin. He races back home. Yep, safety infestors are on the way. And again, the goal is Ultra Tech. So again, if you maybe missed out on DreamHack Dallas, I do recommend the VODs. We did cast it live at the time. We were covering all the matches, and we were covering Shin versus Clem in the quarterfinals. And this is a build that Shin was using quite prevalently in that tournament against Clem. Roach opener into infestors, into Hive, into Ultra Tech. And again, the goal here is to just survive. Just survive until Ultras. And unlike against Reynor, Bjorn, he has no strong timing. He has no strong timing here. He didn't rush into eBays. Didn't rush into any earlier setup. But this is Torches, and the rush distance by ground is very short on this map. As you can see, we're basically touching tips here when it comes to our third bases. So on the same screen. On the same screen. Shin moving in. Does force a pickup. Hive is now done. Again, we're waiting for that Ultra Cavern. There it is. Ultra Cavern's on the way. And again, basically, I would go as far as to say that this build is safer than what Reynor was doing. Like Reynor, if you remember, he was going Ling into Ultra, right? Ling into Ultra. Well, this is Roach Ravager into Ultra instead. Known for just being a safer style. And less aggressive, of course. More defensive. Bjorn is pushing in. Can he get through that choke point? He gets spotted. Ooh, nice, very nice fungal. Oh god, the fungal does connect. The bio army goes down. And we should be seeing those battles on the tanks. Then we go 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down. 1 tank left. Where's the fungal? Ooh, very nice splits. He does split. See a Shin, he's preserving 1 more fungal, doesn't want to waste it. Shin, he does hold. And again, Shin doesn't have to break this army, doesn't have to move out. It's all about defending until Ultras. And here they come. The Ultras are on the way. Ultras are on the way. Oh. As Bjorn, he's trying to pop off these drop plays. Bearing in mind that the biggest downside here of Shin's composition is anti-air. Like, he has very limited anti-air. So drop play can excel, but so far Bjorn hasn't really achieved too much damage with this. And the Ultra gun is getting higher and higher. Like Shin, he's about to max out with Ling, Roach Ravager, Ultra. Kind of splitting is almost done. We're just waiting for that upgrade. Now, I would say that this position is going to be difficult to push into, but there's only 1 tank. Shin, he's going for it. This is a little bit premature. A little bit premature here. You can see the choke point is brutal. He's trying to break through. He barely does. Yeah, Lings are overwhelming. Kind of splitting done in 3 seconds, just in time for the push. Yeah, and with that, he does get on top of the tanks. Gets on top of the army. Where are the fungals? Oh, does connect. Yeah, fungals, they collapse on the army. Oh god, and the Ultras, they barrel on through. And Shin, he does it. Shin, he breaks the main army. He breaks Bjorn. Pushes into the third. Files don't quite connect, but he does get the mineral line. 17 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. And this is critical damage. Just critical damage here. And SHIN, he doesn't break the natural, but he's done enough. Cripple the economy, cripple the army. He gains map control. Behind this, he's remaxing with more ultras. Getting into ultra speed. And beyond, he's barely holding on here. Barely holding. Now we see the Baneling nest out of SHIN. Getting the Banelings. I wouldn't be opposed to even a Spire at this point, or even at least Vipers. Oh. Nestor gets caught. Nestor caught out. I'll say Vipers just for parasitic bombs, just to deal some damage here to these medevacs. Just to do something. Biani's trying to hold on, trying to stabilize. SHIN, he's maxing out. Oh. And Tazbiela. Tazbiela towards the bases. SHIN, he does force it back. Baneling runway gets in. Baneling water by even as there's no Baneling speed. God damn it. There is that one borrowed Baneling though, but it's only one, so yeah, it doesn't get much done. Doesn't get much done. That's a lot of ultras. The Liberators will help. Again, SHIN is giving Beyond a lot of time here. Give him a lot of time. Oh, kills the expansion. That's a kill, not a cancel. Beyond does kite back at the same time, not paying attention. Ooh, when he does take him to the face. The ultras, they pop up. Files, they don't quite connect with the Liberator, but nice fungal. And nice fungal goes off. And SHIN, he should still take this fight. Does eventually buy down the Liberator. Breaks through the main army. Once again pushing towards the mineral line. Nice kiting. Very nice kiting here by Beyond. SHIN is trying to remax. Trying to rebuild. Once again, still no anti-air. Lings taking it to the mineral line. Picking up a couple of SCVs. Nothing major. Still just 4 workers. He does have the wherewithal to scan. Now, this is almost like the inverse of what happened between Beyond and Reynor, if you recall. Beyond and Reynor on Tokamak, where SHIN has a massive advantage. Brutal Fungal does go up. He collapses on the army. And there's nothing that's really threatening SHIN. SHIN, he just has a very comfortable lead, very comfortable position. Beyond is trying to hold on, but GG gets called, and SHIN, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, SHIN, he was able to gain momentum early on. Again, he was able to successfully defend with his Roach Ravager, survive until Ultra Tech. And once he got into his Ultras, he popped off with a very strong kindness plating timing. He was able to break the third. And once he was able to kill, was it like 21 or 28 SCVs? Once he was able to break the third base, that was game. That was game then and there. The game progressed for another couple of minutes. That is true. Progressed for like another 5 minutes after that. But it was just Beyond like trying to keep his head above water. Beyond never really was able to, recover from that. He was able to like, I guess, hold and build up an army, yes, but he could never really threaten the bases. Couldn't really threaten the economy or the expansions of SHIN. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if SHIN will claim this series and make it to the grand finals, or if Bjorn can recover and fight back. Let's go. Now, what I will say is that the faster eBay build and the faster upgrade timings that we saw from Bjorn against Reynor, I don't think they're going to be as effective here against SHIN. He can try to go for it, but again, like, I do really prefer these roach base openers. If we're going for this kind of rush into ultra style, it just keeps you so safe. It even allows SHIN to be aggressive himself early on if he sees an opening. Like, if Bjorn is too greedy, like, SHIN can just push. So we'll see. We'll see what the answer is going to be here. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming WBG, leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Go. So we are settling in as we're calming things down, and again, we're expecting something similar here out of SHIN. We're keeping an eye on him. We'll see if he goes for another fast lair. We'll see if he goes for another fast baneling nest. Sorry, roach horn is what I meant to say. Fast roaches. But welcome one all to Persephone. Persephone is, I would say, a more aggressive map. I mean, I would say you don't actually get more aggressive than Torches. Like, Torches, such a short rush distance by ground. This is a little bit longer compared to Torches, true, but shorter rush distance by air. Got similar to Torches, actually. We'll see how our players do adjust, if at all. I think my eyes are mainly going to be on Bjorn here. My eyes are mainly on Bjorn. No. Here we go. So now we're building up. This time we see Bjorn is not going for 2x Reaper or anything too crazy, nothing too aggressive, which we saw a lot of against Reynor. True. Alright, I was in the middle of telling a story before the players started bantering. Right, if you've been watching, if you've been tuning into their Instagram feeds and their social media, you'll know that we call Bjorn one of the mountain boys, because Bjorn does often go mountain climbing with Creator. They go out, they touch grass on the weekends, but for the first time they were joined by someone else. They were able to drag someone else with them to also touch some grass. That was SHIN. SHIN this last weekend actually went out with Bjorn and with Creator, and they did post some photos on Instagram, and I think on Twitter as well. They did post about it. So again, they're good friends. I guess I'm giving you a little bit of context as to why they were bantering so much at the start of game 1. They were actually bantering a lot in the lobby chat as well. There was like a wall of text, all in Korean, so I understood none of it. No idea what they were saying. Yeah. That's cool to see. They drag SHIN out. Getting into our next game. For now, we do have a 3rd CC, 3cc before Starport, so economic build here by Bjorn. This is the same build that we went for in the last game. This time, though, we have a tech lab. We may go for the add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. Okay, let's go. We might see a bigger commitment here into Hellion Banshee. Meanwhile, SHIN claiming his 3rd base, joining up, pulling back into gas. This time, there's no fast lair, so this is not, I mean, Torches was more unique just because you can be greedier on Torches, just because your bases are more secure. Here we are just droning. We have a more standard setup here out of SHIN. Banshee production has begun. Hellions are moving out. And again, it's going to be on Bjorn to poke in, to deny some creep, to threaten the bases of SHIN. Oh. Catching out a couple of tumors. 3 tumors going down, not bad. Takes down 3 tumors. There's still 1 tumor left. Oh. Okay. As that is going to be a 420 lair timing. much later than last game. It is going to be Lair first, out of SHIN. Hellions pulling back just in case. There we go, Roach Warren from SHIN. So no surprises here. We do expect a Roach-based play out of SHIN once again. But this time it's a later Lair. This time it's a later Roach Warren, and this time it's going to be a later Roach speed timing as well. This is all a little more normal compared to game 1. Banshee pokes in. Gets a drone. Gets one worker. That's a big commitment to the Hellions. 8 Hellions are moving out. And making the way towards a third. And they're going for the dive. Not enough Lings. Yeah, just a handful of them. Lings are getting roasted. And beyond, he busts into the mineral. And Eva Chamber's a little bit too late. And drones are going down. A nice dive here from Beyond. Drones are lining up. Getting up to 5 drones. Not a bad run by. As there's no cloak, but the Banshees that have met up. Beyond, he gets eyes on the 4th. Banshees are on the way. Headed towards the 4th base. But the Hellions are being cleaned up. Oof. Yeah, brutal losses here for Beyond. Nice catch from SHIN. Collapsing on the Hellions. Now this means that now the Queens can freely rotate. Previously, if the Queens responded to the Banshees, then Hellions could find a way into the bases, but now there are no Hellions. Hellions are cleaned up, Lings gain map control, Marines are back at home to defend. Lings is nice and mining, but they don't really get much else. They don't get much more damage. Rotating. We can see that SHIN, he already has infestation, but he's getting safety infestors. Unlike the last game, at SHIN, he's not rushing into Hive as quickly, but it's going to be Roach Ravager into infestors, into eventually Hive Tech. It's still the end goal, but it hits later this time. So there we go, Hive just now beginning at 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Beyond, he's taking gases, which means he's working towards a 4th. Yep, there it is. 4th CC is on the way. On location. Yeah, threatening a dive. Gonna be forced back. SHIN is looking for a fungal. Beyond mustering up his army. He has +1. Hive is almost complete. Again, SHIN, he wants those ultras. He's getting there. He's almost there. As Beyond does him in, he trades well against the Zerglings. Where are the infestors? Where's the fungal? Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Nice snipe there from Beyond. The infestor's out of position. That SHIN, he is struggling. Vipers are on the way. So he will have some anti-air. Nice shocking round. He wants that fungal. Nope. Ooh. Doesn't quite connect. Army gets away. They're banking energy, or they're building energy. Ultra Cavern's almost done, and then working towards kind of plating. SHIN is still not quite at his final form. He needs a little bit more time. And my concern here is that SHIN, his creep spread is lacking. He doesn't really have much creep to work with. Beyond has been quite successful with his drops. Remember, he killed the expansion earlier. He killed the base. He denied creep. He's now being active. Beyond has momentum. And outside of a good fungal, I do favor Beyond in these fights. At least until Banelings and Ultras hit the field. And they're coming. And he's moving in. Shin out of position. Fungal doesn't quite connect. Bjarni Sims takes down the spines, going for the mineral line. Shin, he's completely out of position, and the mineral line, it's gonna go down. Ay, ay, ay. Oh god, that's gonna be 15 drone kills. 15 at the base as well. Expansion goes down. That's a brutal loss for Shin. And he's gotta go. But what can he achieve here? Yeah, he's just sending everything across the map. What do we have to defend? Okay, back at home, we have some bio, we have some widow mines, we have 2 tanks at the third. It's all or nothing here for Shin. He is committed. Fungal goes off. Infestor is targeted down. Very nice snipe. He gets one Infestor. There's one Fungal left. Ooh, mine shot's going up. Lands a Fungal. Yoinks in the tanks. Yeah, tanks are exposed. Oh, he's running out of ultras. He's running out of steam here. Running out of army. Yeah, Bjarni shuts this down. And remember, Shin, he was all in. Shin, he was all in. He is broken. Shin has nothing left. We'll lose another expansion. And Bjarni, he has done it. Again, just a bit of a more methodical approach this time by Bjarni, just focusing on his drop play, building up his army, and crippling Shin before he could really get into his ultras. Pulling him apart with drops. And Shin can't max. Like Shin, he needs the drone, needs saturation. He's just lost so many workers and so many bases. He cannot keep up. Has now his horse engaged. Oh, brutal mine shots. And GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Bjarni, he will have the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. We're going to game 3. Again, Bjarni, he was so much more successful here, just focusing on drop play, catching out marines, catching out drones, denying minerals, catching out bases, catching out some units here and there. Again, just pulling Shin apart, did create an opening, and towards the end, Shin was forced all in. After he lost his mineral line, after he lost his expansion, there was just nothing else left there for Shin. He had no economy, he had no sustainability for his army. It was all or nothing, and again, Shin, he just couldn't break through across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Feels like Shin didn't need to go full send there. He did make a choice. It was his choice to go for the all-in. It's true, technically he could have tried to have retreated, and instead of maxing out, he could have redroned. He could have redroned and tried to have gone back up to 80 workers and been more defensive. But it was a shaky game there for Shin. Shaky game. Just because he had very little map control, he had no active tumors, he had limited bases. Oh. Here we go. But here we go, we're getting into game number 3. It's going to be on Tokamak. Here we go. Here we go, and we're going to be loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool, much larger map, and we might see a longer game as a result. Let's go. As spawning in the right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Being forced into the ace match, we'll see if we can bring it back. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Bjarni. You're going full send, may as well just pull the boys. True. Where were the boys back? Not wrong. Aye. So now Shin is going for his own hash gas pool. So far, standard opener, and welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak again is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rushes to spike ground, very defendable bases as well. As a result, we see quite often a lot more longer games on this map. We have seen Bjarni be quite aggressive and quite assertive though. Despite that, we saw him break Reynor before he could get into his own hive tech, if you recall. That was also on Tokamak. But again, we're expecting a roach base opener out of SHIN, and we'll see if Beyond, or how Beyond approaches that. We'll see if he tries to go for an early timing or if he goes for drop play again, which I feel like is the correct call to make. I will say that it is easier to rotate between your bases and defend your bases on Tokamak, so I don't think the drop play is going to be as successful as it was on Persephone, but I mean, we'll see what Beyond can accomplish. Oh, hello. As that is a second Rex. Okay, we have a 2-on-1. I say a 2-on-1. Technically, you can turn this into a 3 Rex, which we have seen from Beyond in the past. So we're expecting a factory, but he could throw down a 3rd Rex as well. Yep, speaking of, okay, my apologies. I saw 2 Rexes on the way. I just assumed that one was already done. But our eyes on Beyond, we're going for an earlier stim timing regardless. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Infinity 1672 in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. It actually went to Paulo Canedo. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. As we are going to be settling in, and currently SHIN is not aware. SHIN, he pokes him with the Overlord. He does not go into the main base yet. Tech Lab is on the way. Reactor is on the way. Fun fact. Beyond has 1 Marine. Beyond, he's got a single Marine to defend. He has nothing else going for the factory, so it is going to be a 2-1-1 setup here by Beyond. Early sim timing. This can hit quite hard. We'll see how SHIN does open up. We shall see. So far, just hatch gas pool into a 3rd base. Standard play here at a SHIN. Marines are amassing. Stim is already on the way. Now, there are different variations of 2-1-1. We're expecting this to be factory into starport into medevac production. Oh my god. As SHIN, he's making a wave of... He's got 20 lings on the way. He hasn't seen anything. I mean, he has seen no Reaper. True. No Reaper, no Hellion, no Scouting. He's going for a massive committed ling run by. I mean, this can excel. Because there are no Hellions, the Marines are going to have a hard time defending. Now, the Lings, they most likely won't break the main, but they can take control of the natural. True. So I do like this for SHIN. Assuming he does get damage done at the natural base. Lings, they poke in. Actually, does he get the surround? He does try to. A-Star steps in. The boys are being pulled. And does he break through the Bio Army? He does not. He does not. Only 2 SCV kills. With that, Beyond, he shuts down the Zerglings, and SHIN falls far behind. There was potential, but the positioning there was so good, and the stutter stepping and the boys being pulled, also immaculate there for Beyond. He shuts down the Ling run by, and now here comes that 2-on-1 stim timing. Stim is almost complete. Medevacs are on the way, and this is going to hit even harder. The reason for this is because SHIN just threw away 20 Zerglings, and that does slow down the economy. It slows down the droning of SHIN, so now he's trying to drone up, he's trying to catch up economically. Meanwhile, he has no army to work with either. It's going to be a shaky defense here for SHIN. Very shaky. Likewise, his tech is going to be delayed. By now, we should see a lair, we should see Evo chambers, we should see a Bailey nest, we should see something. But again, SHIN is behind. Here comes the move out. Ooh, does supply block SHIN. SHIN is stuck on 74. The Overlords are on the way. Brutal supply block here for the Zerg player. So he's making 3 Overlords. Beyond moves in. Does go for the scan. Diving on the Queens. He gets 1. Also transfuse. Gets 1. Gets 2 Queens. Gets 3 towards the end. Oh no! Ooh, full medevac goes down. SHIN holds. Whew. SHIN, he does hold on. Takes down a full medevac. Beyond, he was doing good damage if he had saved his army, but he didn't. Didn't save the medevac. Didn't save the Marines. We have a back and forth. Okay. We have a game. Now, we should be seeing it. 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. Now, this is a late 3rd base. This is how committed Beyond was. This is how committed a 2-on-1 is. You delay your 3rd base very heavily to deal damage across the map, to deal critical damage. And Beyond, it was okay, but he hasn't done enough. He has not done enough here. So SHIN should be taking a 4th base, should be expanding. He's already on 3 base saturation. Beyond is committed. He has to get some more damage done across the map. He's moving out with 2 tanks. He's moving out. So rocks have been knocked down. Lings, they collapse in. They get a full surround. And these tanks, they should fall. Ooh, as another medevac goes down. Yeah, takes out all the tanks, shuts down the army. And Bjorn is falling further behind. He's falling further behind here. Losing 2 major fights. Throwing away everything. Now, what I will say is that SHIN is 4th is late. True. Like the 4th is delayed here for SHIN. And that is slowing down his ability to drone up and to get into the mid game. Lair is also late. True. Like a lot of the tech is delayed here. Again, also because of the early game, because the earlier 20 deadlings. So we have a bit of a back and forth. On the one hand, Bjorn has been throwing away his army. On the other hand, SHIN, his economy is still lackluster. Just now he's getting a 4th base. Just now his lair is finishing. Like it's a messy game. it's quite messy, papi, quite messy. So from here we're building up, and again, SHIN, he doesn't have like a greater economy compared to Bjorn like he should. So Bjorn, he's caught up. Bjorn is caught up here. He is now saturating on 3 bases. He's got a 4th CC on the way. It's already done at this point. And the game will continue. Oh god. Nice catch on another medevac. SHIN, calm down, papi, calm down. Takes down the medevac, securing himself here on 4 bases. Again, SHIN's droning is still very late and very delayed. So Bjorn can still achieve some more damage here, he can still be active. So players are setting up. Again, Bjorn is securing himself. He's got 2 more. Jesus. He's got 2 more factories on the way. Securing himself on 3 and 4 bases. We spoke earlier how defensive he can be on 4 bases on Tokamak, and with that, it's going to be difficult for SHIN to break Bjorn on 4 bases. So Bjorn should be able to turtle up on 4. We have sensor towers on the way. Soon to be planetaries as well. Now, SHIN is going to be the first to max out. True. But we'll see what he can achieve with that maxed out army. Again, this is the inverse of what happened between Reynor and Bjorn on Tokamak, where Bjorn was able to gain a little momentum early on, was able to contain Reynor. Reynor, he turtled on lurkers on 4 bases. Here we should be seeing Bjorn turtle on tanks on 4 bases. And it's going to be SHIN this time with the map control, with the ability to kind of like be a little bit more inefficient with his trades, throw away some supply, and deny the 5th. Maybe even deny the 4th. It's going to be difficult, but we'll see if he can. Fourth base being taken as an orbital, a bold move, but it is Tokamak. Tanks are spreading out. So we have 3, 4 tanks here towards the left-hand side. Tanks also trying to cover the right-hand flank as well. Again, we're just turtling up. We're still missing a sensor tower here. A planetary would also help. SHIN is gearing up to knock down the 4th. SHIN is maxed. SHIN is maxed out. It's a lot of creep. And now he's moving in. It's not going to be pretty, but he does get one of the tanks. And tank goes down, does knock it into the mineral line. Again, better fight for Bjorn. Bjorn, as we saw SHIN push into 6 tanks. My god. And that's what we need, Vipers. Vipers are necessary to kind of break these entrenched positions. And this is what Bjorn is hoping for. Bjorn, he's hoping to just turtle defend, have Shin just kind of smash his head against the brick wall that is his fourth base and his third base as well. And eventually Bjorn will get a fifth. Eventually. For now, though, he's stuck at home. But now he's stuck at home. Shin mass expanding, taking every base on the map. At least trying to. Going for a double Nidus. Taking into lurkers. Interesting. I don't know if I'm fond of double Nidus play. She can try to pull apart Bjorn, but Bjorn is already going to be at home anyway. Like, he should be somewhat in position to begin with. But I'm still waiting for a Vipers. Like, Vipers would be a big power spike here for Shin. But he still has zero. Zero Vipers. Meanwhile, Bjorn is fully secure here with the siege line. Sorry, I meant to say Bjorn. Bjorn is fully secure with siege line. Now we see the Spire. This is late, so a late Spire out of Shin. At this point, he should be working towards Broodlord Infestor. That's why I said it was interesting to see Lurker Tech, because I'll be honest, I don't really see Lurker Tech being too useful here. Gets a planetary. Not bad. There we go. Double Nidus into the main. So let's go for the double Nidus. One goes down. The other may finish, but the army's in position. Yeah, shuts it down. Three lurkers do borrow, but they shouldn't get much done here. Again, we need that Spire. Double Nidus into the natural. Once again, Bjorn is in position. Does push forward, does get a tank. One tank goes down, getting another tank as well, getting up to 3 tanks, not bad. 3 tanks go down. Some nice big offs there by Shin. Nidus back into the main. Bearing in mind that again, Shin, because of his map control, he can be more inefficient. And he does have the greater Spire on the way. So he's working towards Broodlords, which I feel like is quite necessary here. Oh, lurkers, they get out. Yeah, they do bust out. Oh god, the army stacks. Oh Jesus, the army is stacking for Bjorn. A really rough fight. Snipes go up, he does clean this up, and again that was a shaky engagement for Bjorn. As his army was clumping up brutally there. And Shin, hey, he's finding some weak points. A little bit. As Bjorn, he will slowly claim his 5th base. There we go. Vipers are on the way. Let's go. The Vipers are coming. The Vipers have finally arrived. I watched them float in and then get EMP'd. But they're still here, though. Because he has potential. To Abduct, to Blinding Cloud, to Power Bomb as well. Now again, the army that Shin is building up is designed to dive, is designed to try to break these siege lines and push in and trade. It's a bit of a cheaper army, and it can be risky because if he doesn't trade well enough, if he fails to deny the 5th base, then Shin will fall behind. Like, you can already see that Bjorn is building up a bank. Like, Bjorn has been much more efficient here. You can see he has just a wall of tanks. This is also why typically, like, you have to go Broodlord Infestor against this. I say typically because Ling, Bane, Hydra can work in this position, but the SimCity is brutal. Here come the Vipers. Here come the abductions. Gets 1, gets 2. Vikings are building up. Vikings have arrived. Shin looking for another way in. I say that, he's still just reinforcing. And again, like, I don't blame him. He needs to deny these bases. He has to try. expansions, knocks down the tower. Changelings are moving in. Shin pushing forward. Tanks are exposed. Is gonna get a handful of tanks. That's what, 2 tanks going down and the planetary. Okay. Gets the expansion. Gets the base. Nice is spotted. And the Nice here behind the expansion. And more Nidus into the main. More Nidus forms. Beyond, he retakes the expansion. He still maintains his economy. And I do favor Beyond here now. Like, again, the most difficult part for Beyond was claiming a fit. And he double expanded. Like, he successfully double expanded. He's on 6 bases. Working towards another. And rough position for SHIN. Beyond is switching into more Liberators. The Spire building up more upgrades. No switch into Broodlords yet. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, Beyond, he so far does have the more efficient army. Assuming he doesn't get caught out. This round doesn't get the ghost. I'll pick up out of Beyond. Saves the ghost. And that is behind the 3rd. Beyond shuts it down. Behind the 4th base even. Growth of production has begun. That's a first sign of Broodlords. This Nidus play continues. Beyond's still a little over this. Does catch out some of the Vikings. Okay, not bad. Gets almost all of them. Vikings going down. That means that Broodlords are more viable. Ooh, he's going to cost SHIN those those Vipers. There's 2 Vipers going down. Corruptors are still amassing. SHIN is fighting for his base. Oh! Who is it? Stuttering in. Takes down a couple of ghosts. So far protecting the expansion, mining whatever he can from it, as much as he can. Because eventually the space will belong to the Terran. Eventually. Meanwhile, so far we have 15 Corruptors. And again, we're waiting for the mass warp in or mass morph in. And we have a couple of Broodlords, but last SHIN, he has to trade out his army. He needs to free up supply. He needs. Oh no, the scan! The scan does reveal the Broodlords. He knows. Yeah, Beyond, he knows. Thor production's already underway. He needs Thors, needs Vikings. Aye. There is 10 Broodlords. Workers, they hold. They defend back at home. These Broodlords that were meant to be a surprise, not anymore. And Beyond is just throwing away supply. Throwing away the boys. Just freeing up supply. Oh! It's gonna be 18 dead SCVs. In the end, it got 1 Broodlord for a ghost. Broodlords, they deny mining. Again, they take advantage of this position. The Queens are here as well to transfuse. Bold move. Knocks down the rocks. It goes both ways. It also means that Ghosts can now try to chase through this area as well. Let's go both ways. As soon as he gets spotted. And so far gets another planetary, okay. It's planetary. And again, this is the base that is the most exposed, but Bjorn is taking another expansion on the right-hand side. That's what's scary here, is that Bjorn still has an economy, still has another base that he is taking. We'll see if SHIN can do anything about it. He's rotating.
Game paused.
Yeah, I did notice that. Someone is having some latency issues. Hopefully everything's okay. I'm checking, things are good on my side at least. But there was like a freeze earlier as well.
Game resumed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the European, I mean, I say European, the connection to Korea is shaky. But that's why I might reach out to them. I should reach out to them after this. The European casters are lagging back. Yeah. Hold on. I'll message Wardy. After the game, we'll message him. Let him know after the game. He's popping up. Does commit. Yeah, just going for the fight, going for the engage. Oh god. Pushing into a concave of Ghosts and Thors. Yeah, Bjorn, he will claim the fight. SHIN is moving in. It does move in. He has how many? He has so far 14 Broodlords. Trying to engage. Wanted to try Bjorn's left side. Well, the reason why he's not is because there's nothing here. Like, this flank doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, like, the important bases are on the right. Like, these are the bases that SHIN has to deny. Like, he has to, like, try to deny mining here and try to deny the expansions. If he doesn't, then Bjorn will just overwhelm. If SHIN rotates to this base, and even if he breaks these expansions, then Bjorn, he's given room to kind of throw down more turrets, more tanks, and secure this area. Bjorn would be willing to lose these bases. As you can see, he's like rotating everything over. We're up to 20 Broodlords. Let's go. When it comes to the engagement here, a lot of it will come down to the fungals. Will come down to trying to lock down the army and deny snipes. But Bjorn is just being so careful with how he pushes in. Now, on the one hand, at least SHIN hasn't denied any kind of mining at the gold. But now Bjorn has has a relatively fresh mining base. And he's secure. Broodlords that do poke in. Where are the infestors? The infestors are not here. Broodlord's going to be going down. 2 Broodlords get sniped. Oh god. 3 Broodlords even. So brutal losses there for SHIN. Okay, we need those infestors. We need that support. Otherwise, these Broodlords are so vulnerable. They're so fragile. They need those infestors. As Bjorn, he's once again fighting for that gold. There's not that many. There's a decent amount of resources here. Is a decent amount. Oh. As we get the decent fungal. Yeah, fungal goes up. On those ghosts. Decent fungals. And he does deny the expansion. Denies the base. That's still 4 Broodlords going down. Oh, sorry, 1 Broodlord. 4 in total. Another one gets sniped. Broodlord's slowly pushing in. There's what, like 2 fungals remaining. EP pops up. There's still another fungal. Bjorn being run away. And trying to chase forward. And we can see SHIN is gaining grounds. Again, took some better engagements. Again, that's one of his last. Oh no! One of his last infestors. The other's out of energy. It's moving in. Oh! Fungal goes up. Slaps all the queens. And he breaks the base. Yeah, breaks the expansion. So nice movement here by SHIN. He does out position. He knocks down the base. 26 SCV kills. So far, so good. And remember, SHIN has a bank. SHIN, he has a massive bank that he's working with. And Bjorn's burning through his bank because he lost the base. And again, he cannot expand here in the center. He's been trying. There's no base on the left-hand side either. Basically, Bjorn is broke. Bjorn, he's broke. He has no money. And over time, SHIN, he's just out trading. He's starving him out, basically. He's starving him out. Unless Bjorn can somehow take top left, but he is not set up for that. He's not set up for top left. Bjorn, he needs a base. And it goes down.
Assimilation successful.
Oh, let's go. Does Neural, does EMP his own ghost. Let's go. Does EMP the ghost. Yeah, Broodlord's moving in. Once again, just abusing this position. It's just hard for the ghost to chase because of the terrain. Liberation has arrived though. Okay. Better setup here for Bjorn. He's got his liberation zones. You can see he's thinking about center left as well. Bjorn, he wants this expansion eventually, if at all possible. So he's on the way. Like, Bjorn, he has a better setup now, but it took a long time to get into all these liberators. It took a very long time. Let's go for the neural.
Complete.
Hatchery goes down. Now, something that's really concerning to me is that even though this entire time, this is a 30-minute game, for a lot of this game, SHIN, he had control of this area. He never mined. Like, this is a fresh base. Like, there's been 0 mining at the gas or at the minerals. And that is an oversight from SHIN. This entire time, SHIN, the workers that are here, could have been mining out this center left, which would have been taking away potential resources from Bjorn. So having that foresight to mine these bases as quickly as possible from the side of the Zerg, it plays a role here. So that is an untouched base, which is scary. Which could be taken by Bjorn at some point. For now, nice abductions. Takes down 3, 4 liberators. Ooh, snipe something off. Snipe suit pop up. Tank Leisure on the spores. Broodlords are still denying mining. That's a lot of ghosts. And here comes the puzzle. Oh my god. Raising the army. Once again, doesn't quite get the EMP. Yeah, not quite. Snipes, they punish the Broodlords. And we're just going for it. We're going for the dive. Lingbane rolls in. Massive fungal on the ghost. And he breaks through. Takes down almost all the ghosts. Half of them do survive. A couple of EMPs are connecting. Yeah, a couple of EMPs. But Broodlords are pushing through. And Shin, he's done it. Shin at this point, he can remax. Even if he loses this entire army, he can remax, he can rebuild. He's done it, Pat. He's done it. Down to 4 ghosts. 4 ghosts remaining. Down to 3, 2, 1, 0. GG gets called. Shin, he will break on through, and Shin will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. Whew, GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, Shin. He will claim the series. A very intense back and forth here. And again, there was some really rough moments for Shin. We saw that beyond he was able to expand, double expand even, getting his 5th and his 6th base at the same time. That's when I was concerned, when he was able to double expand. But we saw that Shin, he was able to at least stop him and keep him pinned on those 6 bases for as long as possible. Eventually, Beyond took the bottom right-hand base, but there was a really crucial moment when Shin outpositioned. Remember, he was able to outposition Beyond. He was able to rotate over, get on top of the base, the expansion, get into the mineral line, and tear Beyond apart. The moment that Beyond lost that base, he ran out of money, ran out of steam, he was broke. Beyond, he was broke. GG, well played. Ooh, and with that, Shin, he will make it to the grand finals, and we have our finalists ready. It's going to be a best of 5 between Shin and Classic. Let's go. Another big part that was a big factor when it came to that game was the terrain. If you recall, just because of the positioning of the towers, of the terrain itself, it's so difficult for Beyond to actually mine from the center gold, from that center base, and that's where a lot of engagement was happening. That's where a lot of value was being gained from Shin as well. It's in that position. And with that, GG. Whew, GG, well played. And with that, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our grand finals, best of 5 between Classic and Shin. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. friends, welcome back everyone, welcome back to the grand finals, those grand finales here of the WardiTV Monday number 43. It's been an intense broadcast already, an intense tournament, so we have two final players, not the typical finalists that we are used to here. This time there's no Clem, there's no MaxPax, there's no Hero, there's no Bjorn either. Instead, we have a fresh set of players, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is a classic. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's jump into our best of 5 grand finals. Also, a big shout out to Infinity in the chat. Gab, I mean, thanks so much for a gifted sub. Another gifted sub to Kokot in the chat. WardiTV, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. As we jump into our best of 5, let's go. Let us go. So far, we have a Hashgas full set that open out of SHIN. Meanwhile, we do have a gate expand from a Classic. Now, when it comes to ZVP, SHIN, he is very aggressive. He's a very aggressive player in this matchup. We often see a lot of 3-base all-ins. 2-base all-ins have kind of fallen by the wayside at this point. Protoss players have been getting better and better at defending and scouting and surviving against 2-base all-ins. I think one of the exceptions to that is games on Ultralove and Pylon, where these maps are much smaller, where that player can still hit quite hard. But we often do see 3-base all-ins out of SHIN instead. Cutting workers at 66, getting a 4th base just for Larva, and then just doubling down and committing on 3 bases instead. So we'll see how SHIN will approach this. Our eye is going to be on our Zerg player. We are expecting standard play out of Classic. Based on the Pylon location, this does scream Stargates. Typically, if you're going to hide a Twilight Council or a Robo or a different kind of tech structure, you put the Pylon down behind one of the mineral lines to hide the tech a little bit further. Based on this location, yep, Stargate opener out of Classic. So standard play here from our Protoss. Meanwhile, from the side of SHIN, we're looking for our first tech of choice as we drone, as we take a 3rd base. We're going to be keeping our eye open for an Evo Chamber, for a Roach Warren, for a Lair. We'll see what is going to be thrown down first. As so far, Death does get into the middle line, gets 1, gets 2 drones. Oh, yeah, 2 drones going to be going down. 2 workers do fall. So a nice start here for Classic. I mean, does cost him the Adept, but just the 1. Behind this, we're settling into our 2-base setup here. The Oracle is going to be zooming across the map, and soon Classic will be taking his own 3rd base. Now, losing the first Adept, it means that he can no longer threaten with 2 Adepts, which means he cannot one-shot workers. So he can poke in, but yeah, he should be racing back home. Should turn around, should race back. So players are calming down. Oracle's on the way. 3rd base is soon to be taken. Okay. There we go. 3rd has been thrown down. As the Oracle pokes in, takes a lot of damage. We do have a faster Twilight Council. Okay, yeah, my attention. It's a fast Twilight Council at a Classic, so it was a standard opener, that is true. But from here, we're going into what looks to be early Glaive Adepts. Now, I'm assuming Glaives just because there's no Forge. There is a build where you can go for the Forge at around this timing to go for a delayed +1. Oh, as the Oracle goes in, gets 4 drone kills and barely does get away. But I see no Forge, so yeah, +1. Sorry, so no +1, no Forge, Glaives. Glaive Adepts here from Classic. It's going to be 4 gate Glaives. This will punish a player that skips Roaches. And do you see what I see? I see a fast Lair. I see gases. I don't see a Roach Warren. Oh boy. If SHIN is going straight up Ling Hydra, then SHIN is in a lot of danger, and it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a very difficult hold here for SHIN. This is the first wave of adepts. This is standard. This is not a tell. This is 5 adepts moving out across the map. So Classic still should be keeping the rest of the adepts pinned back at home, keeping them hidden, keeping them secret. As SHIN, he's massing up his things. Yeah, +1 range is on the way, so SHIN is going Ling Hydra, which means no roaches and no Baneling Nest either. Oh boy. Now Mass Ling can deal with this. We have Storm on the way. That was not expecting. Okay, so Glaive Adepts into Storm. This is still the first 5 Adepts. So still no major tell. You can see we're banking up the Adepts back at home, and we will soon push out with everything we have. Gonna be 14 in total. That's a lot of Adepts. Yeah, they're moving in. And we'll see if SHIN can somehow get a surround. If he can surround the army, if he can lock them down, if the Queens can be a part of the fight as well, then SHIN has a chance. Oh god. But yeah, we have to evacuate. We have to evacuate. We have to get the hell out of here. Drones are not going down. Not yet. Spore will fall. Adepts say do shade into the mineral line. Lings they cannot engage. And this is getting out of hand. So far, 6 drone kills. Hydra production has begun. Ta-da! He comes back too soon. More drones going down. Shades into the main. Lings, they get a surround on 4 adepts. Not bad. 4 adepts do get caught out. That should not have happened. It's 4 adepts falling back. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. GG gets called. This gets out of hand. And Classic, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. This is basically almost a hard counter. When it comes to the builds of choice, as we were pointing out, SHIN, he did decide to skip roaches, to skip banelings, to skip Evo Chamber, to skip +1 melee, and to go straight Ling Hydra. And that's almost auto loses to Glaive Adepts. And we saw Classic just himself going into his own earlier Glaive build, did catch SHIN with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. Again, without another tech structure, without roaches up banelings, it is a very difficult defense there for the Zerg player. I think we have seen Zerg players defend before. If they're able to, if the Protoss player messes up, if they're able to get a better surround, if they're able to collapse on the army, then you can try to pop off there, but it is, yeah, it is. You're really relying on Classic making mistakes at that point. You're relying on those mistakes, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Here we go. As we are getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game 2. Going to be loading into the ley lines. Let's go. And I don't imagine that SHIN is going to skip roaches this time. We'll see. Spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. The South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Representing Virtus Pro, it is Classic. Here we go. And again, Classic, he wasn't even all in. It was only 4 gate glaives. It was 4 gate glaives into Storm. Remember, Storm was on the horizon. Third base is being saturated. Classic was just getting into his game. He just so happened to have caught SHIN without anything ready to prepare, to defend. And this is where mind games come into play, right? So this is where SHIN must be thinking himself like, oh, okay, so I got punished for cutting corners, but what are the chances that Classic goes Glaive Adepts 2 games in a row? I mean, it wouldn't be high, right? So maybe he does it again, and then Classic goes Glaives again, and the game just ends. It's like that's where you know there's that X factor when it comes to these tournament games. Like trying to guess, trying to assume how your opponent's going to open, how they're going to play. What risks can you take? Can we gamba, papi? Can we gamba? Likewise, if Classic believes that his opponent is going to be going into roaches, then he could just rush into an earlier blink timing. Try to shut that down. We'll see. But now we're settling in. For now, Classic just being as annoying as possible, denying mining time. As once again, Stargate open out of Classic. No surprises here. Again, Pylon is further out. Working towards the Oracle. Getting to a third base. It's the follow-up where really we get our first kind of big divergences. Like, the early game is pretty samey in ZVP. Like, there's very rarely any kind of deviation in the early game. The most you really get is maybe like a hatch block, right? A hatch block across the map, or potentially like an early Bailey Nest into an all-in. That's still a rare sight. Really, we're waiting for kind of the early to mid game here. Looking for the tech of choice for both players. That moves in. Duster in the shade. So far, SHIN is keeping up. Oracle's on the way. As the Oracle moves out, Classic, he will claim his third. So far we're settling in. At this point, we will soon be seeing the tech from both players, from both SHIN and Classic. As this time the Oracle does not find any damage. Last game, 4 drones went down. This time SHIN has done well. He's been able to hold on, able to defend. Does protect his mineral lines. Second Oracle's moving out. Behind this, ooh, once again, early Twilight Council. Uh-oh. No shot. Stasis into the main base. But this does look like Glaive Depths again, by the way. I don't see a Forge. This is really early. Typically, if this was to be Blink on a Forge, it'd be later, but okay, no, never mind. Forge is being thrown down. The Overlord does get eyes on, yep.
Here comes a new challenger.
God damn it, SHIN. The diva every time. But SHIN, he does a scout and he throws down a Roach1 immediately. So he believes it's going to be Glaives. As we can see, it's going to be a hidden Forge. So +1 and +1 and Blink on the way. And SHIN, he has incomplete information. He doesn't know. So he's being faked out. So I do love this fake out here from Classic. He moves out with 6 Adepts. Again, this is still standard. But so far, he's selling a story with his build, with his timing, with the timing of his buildings. Working towards Storm, and is forcing inefficiencies here out of SHIN. As Lings are amassing, Roach Horns on the way. Dust around the Adepts, not bad. Dust collapsing, gets one, gets 2. The other's a shade into the mineral line. Gets a handful of drones, but nothing major. Remember, this was 6 Adepts, and they are cleaned up. It's nice defense here by SHIN. Does defend well, moving out for a counterattack. And Classic is setting up back at home. He's getting ready. Shield battery's done. Yeah, the SimCity here is solid. Lings, they cannot touch this. And we're building up into a longer game. And the game continues from here. Now, coming into this, I do favor Classic's position. He's able to embrace Blink, +1. Storm is on the way as well. Ooh, I do like this out of SHIN, though. This is a good way to recover. Like, SHIN, he's in a bit of a shaky position here. But going into Aspire and going into Hidden Mutas, I mean, this can pop off. This can excel. This can just straight up end the game. If it goes unscouted. Now, my big concern here is that, if you notice, this Storm timing is really early. It's really early here. So if Classic pushes with Storm early on, he might be able to break SHIN before Mutas kick in. Assuming he pushes. Otherwise, this could just be really defensive play. Now, high tempo, they pull back.
You have a new queen.
God,
Show me those skills.
every time. God damn it, SHIN. God damn it. I just want to look at your vision. For now, though, Classic is claiming his 4th base. High Templar, they're building up. There we go, mutas are building up. So we have 6 mutas on the way. That is enough to one-shot workers. And what's important here is not going mass muta. Not going mass muta, just enough to harass. He's building up his ground army. His Ling Roach. Ooh, and Classic is turtling. Okay, now the early Storm makes sense. If he was being all-in, he would have Storm just shut down and all-in. He's slowly getting a 4th base, throwing down cannons, shield batteries, a 2nd Stargate, into a fleet beacon, into Sky Toss. Gets Revelation. Doesn't spot the tech. He can start Phoenix production if need be. True. But remember, there aren't that many Phoenixes. Sorry, there aren't that many mutas. So it shouldn't warrant that many Phoenixes. And SHIN is pushing. Yeah, he's cutting workers here at 76. He's moving out with everything. Overlord speed is done. My apologies, I did miss that. We're pushing out with the queens, with the roaches, with the everything, with the ravagers as well. And Storm is ready for this. And how good are the Storms going to be? As mutas, they bust into the main. So far, decent Storms. Mutas going for the cannons. Phoenix production has begun. Oh god, a brutal Storm here on the ravagers. Yeah, Storms are popping up. Another Storm once again. A bit of a miss rally here from SHIN. And Classic so far, he's defending well. Yeah, he's defending very nicely here. Dives on the army. Another set of Storms. Again, he's running out of Ravagers. At Templar, they survive. They persevere. Another Storm. And the mutas are cleaned up. The mutas, they are cleaned up at this point. Phoenixes move in. High Templar, they survive. And SHIN will lose everything. He was up like 50 supply. And he plummets. And remember, SHIN was all in. He has no further tech behind this. He has no Hydrogen. He has no Hive. He has no Infestation Pit. He has no +2. He is all in. Ooh, oh, the High Templar get caught. So a little bit greedy there from Classic. Does get caught out, but he's still not stopping. Yeah, better concave, better trades here. Classic, he just completely shuts him down. And SHIN is gearing up and getting ready for the 2nd wave. SHIN, there's no macroing out of this. Like, he's not macroing, he's not building up. We mentioned earlier that SHIN is very we mentioned at the start of the series, actually, that SHIN is very fond of these 3 base all-ins. This was more of a 3.5 base all-in. And again, the reason why we call this an all-in is because there's no follow-up here. It's either he kills Classic or he dies trying. Like, there's no finesse here, there's no further tech. There's no greater economy behind this. It's just all or nothing. It's all or nothing for SHIN. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Classic. Yeah, Storm. Oh, gosh. The Storms have been brutal. Archon does go down. Okay. Shield barriers are a little bit further behind, but GG gets cold. Yeah, SHIN just runs into a brick wall, and Classic, he defends. He survives the all-in, and Classic takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Classic, he does extend his lead in the series, and he is 1 game away from claiming the series and from becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. Oh boy. Onomas, baby. Onomas is all he needs. And we'll see if he can claim it here and now. We'll see if SHIN can start the comeback. Again, I love the initial opener out of Classic. He basically faked Glaives. He faked Glaive Adepts, which is why SHIN went into Roaches to begin with. I don't think he really wanted to, but he was forced into Roaches because he believed there were Glaives on the way. And from there, he did go into, again, into his Roach Ravager all-in. The mutas that were designed to at least distract, but the mutas, they got no damage done. There were cannons in the main base. The mutas did nothing, and the army just rammed into a brick wall of Stalkers and of Storm. Like, again, both in Game 1 and Game 2, Classic went into really early Storm, and it looks like the purpose there is not to be aggressive with the Storm, but is to survive against these all-ins, and to defend, to turtle up, to eventually start to work towards a later game. So it was really safe play out of Classic, both in Game 1 and Game 2. I say safe play. Did go Glaive Adepts in Game 1, but he had Storm as a follow-up. But here we go. We're getting into Game 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a series here, but things are looking a little bit bleak here for SHIN. He needs your energy. He needs your supporters. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from becoming this week's champion. It is a classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down heavily in the series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. Let's go. It is SHIN. And welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, is known for aggression, is known for all-ins. We've seen many a German taxi on Ultra Love. And I would imagine that, SHIN might head in that direction. Never mind. He expands away from Classic. Okay. Usually it's very common on this map to take the third base at the center location because you can spread your creep even faster across the map to prepare for something like an all-in in the mid-game. But that's not the case. That's not the case here. Not from SHIN. Okay. You have my attention as he expands away from his opponent. Does have my attention. For now, hatch gas pool, forsake the unnatural natural. Likewise, we'll see how Classic does open up as well. I think we're expecting Classics to once again open up Stargate, to head into his own Oracle, into his third base, into +1 and Blink. I don't think there's much reason for Classic to deviate, especially because there's a higher chance that Roaches are going to be made from SHIN, so there's a lower chance that Glaive Adepts would work. But we'll see. We'll see what SHIN has up his sleeve. As the probe does tase away. Forcing a big reaction here out of SHIN, as he will. I mean, he will transfer anyway, so it's fine. Does transfer. Pulls out of gas. Stargate's on the way into Oracle. So far, so good. Looking at dark. Este dark. So players are building up. There's a building up, but drone does go down. Nice pickup. Delays the third base. So nice start here from Classic. Disrupts the opener. At the same time, Lings do get into the main. Ooh, and they get one, they get 2 probes. That should not have had 3 probes. Okay, 2. 2 probes go down. But again, that should not have happened. So nice counter damage here by SHIN. Very nice. That does shade out. So now we have 2 adepts that can one-shot workers. They can threaten the bases. As Link speed is done. Adepts are going to go down. You'll get maybe 1 drone. Maybe? Not even. Yeah, Lings, they collapse in. And SHIN holds. He does hold on. Ooh, for the first time early Evo Chamber. Okay, so SHIN is going to Link Main. Sorry, he's going to Link Hydra. As the probe is going to be shut down. Again, Adepts are not in position because they just went down across the map. So nice bit of damage here from SHIN. And again, Evo Chamber this early on typically means +1 melee, which typically means we're skipping Roaches and we're going into Link Hydra. Meanwhile, this is a later Twilight Council from Classic, so a lower chance is going to be Glaive Adepts. And a higher chance is going to be a Forge. Oracles poke in. They get the drone. Ooh, they overextend, and one of the Oracles is going to go down. Ay. Some brutal losses here for Classic. But he does get a full scout, and he does see the Evo Chamber. This screams, +1 melee, this screams Link Hydra. Do we respond with Glaive Adepts? As Lings, they bust into the bases, they get a full scout of everything. Again, this has just been a shaky game here for Classic. Losing more probes. That's going to be Blink, not Glaives. I mean, he got scattered. Yeah, Baleen S. So basically, based on what Shin has seen, this looks like Glaive Adepts. The reason why it looks like Glaives is because there's no Forge, no +1, no upgrades. And I don't blame him. I'm pretty sure that was the plan. But because he got scouted, he responds with Baleens to get ready for Glaive Adepts. And we see the Classic goes into Blink instead, not into Glaives. Into Storm. So Blink into Storm, into late upgrades, late Forge, late +1. A bit of a shaky build here from Classic. But a lot of it comes down to what he's seen and comes down to what Shin has seen as well. So Shin does move out. He does pull out again, just poking, prodding wherever he can. Classic just being hyper defensive. Like he has to be. He has to be just hyper defensive here. The question is, does he break out on 3 bases with Storm, or does he slowly secure himself and get a 4th base and just play out a longer macro game? Gases are being taken. The higher chance here that we're going to be expanding. Shin behind this, going to his own Hydra Den. Again, into Ling Hydra. That was the initial plan. The Baleen Nest was only there in case it was Glaives, and it wasn't. Yeah, now double Forge to catch up on upgrades. Double Forge, double upgrades. Classic will attempt to expand. Meanwhile, Shin, he should be maxing out at this point. He's drawn up to 77. He's got a decent economy, and now is the time to max out Ling Hydra and then to try to break the 4th as Classic tries to expand. Ooh. Speaking of, here he's expanding. Shin's moving in. Does get us around. Does get a kill. Yeah, kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. Again, this has just been a really rough game for Classic. And Shin, he backs off. He built up his army. He's going to knock down that base again. Just going to keep knocking it down. And Classic should not be able to expand. Should not be able to take that 4th. Here we have Drop Lords on the way as well. Shin, he is committing. Now, with enough Storms, there is a chance that Classic can hold at least a frontal assault, but I mean, that's why we're going for Drop Lords as well. So Lings load up. They're headed for the main. And I'll be very impressed if Classic can survive this. I'll be very impressed if he can somehow live and survive. Here we go, Baleens towards the 3rd. They somewhat get in. Yeah, come. Oh god, no! Yeah, probes are going down. Oh my god, 8 probes do fall. Lings have rallied into the main. And Shin is gearing up. Once again, going for another Baleen run by. Setting up for the concave. Baleen's in met with Storms. Does collapse in. And again, he wants a High Templar. So far, nice positioning here from Classic. He does hold the line. At the same time, Lings drop into the main. Probes are going down. Classic, he pulls away. Storms are pushing forward. I mean, it's an okay defense here from Classic. But the Lings are getting a bit out of hand. Yeah, they shut down the reinforcements. Hydra, they start to step in, and he's out of Storms. Yeah, no Storms remaining. No Storms are left. And Shin, he does it. He breaks through. GG gets called. And Shin, he does put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic, very messy game here. Classic had a really, really rough game as it was constantly being scouted time and time again. Lings, they just kept slipping into the main. They kept slipping into the natural. Probes were going down. Just a really shaky early game there from Classic. And Shin was just all over it. Was just all over him. Was able to break him and kill the 4th base twice even. And snowballed from there. GG. GG well played. But again, this also leans into the map itself. It's just really difficult to be defensive on Ultra Love, really difficult to be the defender. So it's going to be difficult for either player, depending on the roles that we're going to be taking. And with that, we're now going to go from one of the smaller maps in the map pool to the largest map in the map pool. We're going to be loading into Maganatha. And again, this is a map of extremes. We got to see how aggressive and how assertive and how dominant SHIN can look on a smaller map, but now I would say the map here is going to be working in favor of Classic. We're going to be loading into Maganatha, a much larger, or the largest map in the map pool, longer rushes by ground. Because of that, I will say that Mutaplay is viable. True, Mutaplay is going to be viable coming into this, and SHIN has the opportunity to maybe go into Mutaplay. Otherwise, we'll see how he approaches this map. Oh boy. We shall see a spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. Leading the series 2-1, still one game away from claiming the series. It is Classic. Here we go. So we are settling in. And again, welcome to Maganatha. As we mentioned before, it's the largest map in the map pool. The bases are the long rushes by ground. The bases are more spread out compared to Tokamak. I will say that. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to defend on 4 bases than you can on Tokamak. But at the same time, because of the length, because of the size of the map, we do often see longer games. And again, SHIN has been hyper aggressive this entire series. I know that he went for a long late game against Beyond, but that was a different matchup, different dynamic. Here in ZVP, SHIN, he's known for committing, he's known for doubling down. We've been seeing some really strong timings or attempted timings out of SHIN this entire series. I don't expect him to macro. I don't expect to see him tech up into a hive, into a 5th base, into 80 drones, and into lurker tech. Like, that's just not how SHIN approaches this matchup. So we'll see if he can try to pull Classic apart. Which is also why we brought up Mutas earlier. Like, Muta play can work quite well on Maganatha. Otherwise, we could see Nidus play as well. We'll see. Here comes the initial Stargate opener once again. Stargate out of Classic. SHIN going hatch gas pull into a 3rd. Nothing crazy. Everything so far looking normal. And also a big reason why the last game also went so poorly for Classic is, if you remember, he tried to go Glaives and then he was forced out of it. Tried to be cheeky, but he got scouted. SHIN was just all over him on Ultra Love. 3rd base is being taken. And we'll soon see our initial take of choice. We'll get there. As we're fanning out, the Oracle has arrived, being sent across the map. Adepts, they race back home to defend. And looks like Classic is taking the linear 3rd. Okay. As he expands, Lings move out. Ooh, going for the probe. The probe is under fire, and the probe will barely survive. Should get the expansion. Nexus is thrown down. Lings, they're moving back in. And can he force a cancel? He can. Yeah, he can. And it looks like he... Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be so close. He doesn't get it. No shot. SHIN, he committed so hard. And alas, he barely does not get on top of the base. Nexus does survive. And Classic holds. Ay. And that was how many? That was 11 lings here for SHIN. It was very close, very clutch. Behind this, Eva Chamber plus on melee, Ling Hydra out of SHIN. Meanwhile, the Yoglord scouts to the main. It is going to be a Twilight Council from a classic earlier, slightly earlier council, but Forge plus on and Blink. Okay, standard follow-up here out of classic. Overlord will
They're
confirm.
in your base, killing your drones.
Every time. God damn it. Thank you, Diva. Every time. I just can't look at SHIN's vision. I just can't do it. Ooh, that is quite a gateway explosion here. Getting up to 6 gates already. So a 6-gate setup. Again, we're expecting +1 on Blink. Does move out within shore. Never mind. Okay. Going into Glaives. This is cheeky. This is designed to hide the build here. Again, because of the Forge, we're expecting something different. So is SHIN, by the way, because of his scouts. But instead, we just go out of left field into Glaive Depths and no +1. Fake Forge. Oh boy. Again, the reason why is the +1 doesn't really benefit Glaive Depths. So Depths they rotate. Classic now starting up delayed +1. But, okay, SHIN, he's getting a Roach Warren. Roach Warren in the main base, so he will have the tools to defend. This will not be a repeat of, was it game 1? I think game 1 was just straight up, like, the game just ended. But he will have access to Roaches, so this shouldn't get too much out of hand. More Depths are amassing. Ooh, gets one of the Oracles, nice snipe. Classic does overextend. Roaches are on the way. And SHIN, he's all over this. And now he knows. Yeah, now he sees, now it's been revealed. We have massive depth here from a Classic, but Roach production has begun. Looks like one of the casters is lagging a little bit, by the way. So, a little bit unfortunate. But the depths, they do bust in. They shade into the main. Drones have to evacuate. Workers are going to be going down. Lings, they melt. That's going to be 6 drone kills. Yeah, 6 drones do go down. Shades into the natural. Oh no, late to pull away. More drones going to be falling, and that's game-ending damage. Yeah, that's too much. This is game-ending damage here. 20 drones going to be falling. Again, a cheeky build by Classic. To go for the Forge, but to still go for Glaives. To commit into the Adepts, and with that, he just overwhelms. He just overwhelms. Getting up to 30 drones. 30 drones go down. Back at home, we have Blink on the way. We have the Temple Archives. Shades once again gets even more drone kills. 34, 35. Can we get 36? 37, 38? Oh, God. 37. 37 drone kills. Again, that is critical damage, and SHIN is all in. At this point, SHIN is completely all in. SHIN, he has to move out with what he has. Now, SHIN does have a massive Roach army. True. He's got a lot of Roaches, and there's no Robo. There's no Robo behind this, so there's no Immortal production, as there typically would be. Storm is not helping in this kind of position. We need as many Blink Stalkers as possible, and even then, it's going to be a tough hold. SHIN, he can still end the game. He can still take this. But the longer this game goes on, the worse it is for SHIN. Oh, brutal force fields. They zone away the Roaches. Lings are dealt with. Files a crazy army. Oracle from behind. And he does get on top of the Stalkers. Cannon does add a lot of EBS. The boys are being pulled. Oof. Files are connecting. Classic getting desperate, but he holds. Yeah, he does hold on. GG gets called. He shuts down the all-in, and Classic will claim the series 3-1, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, with a very cheeky build there by Classic, going into a Twilight Council, into a Forge, into very delayed +1, focusing on Glaives, catching SHIN with his pants down. And SHIN, he did have a safety Roach Warren. He was building Roaches, but despite that, he didn't have the Sim City to wall up, to wall off, to defend his bases. He was still torn apart. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. He got adapted, papi. He got adapted. Aye. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series. Strong showing there at a Classic. Shout out to Shin, he did make a series out of it. Again, like, Ultra Love is just a much more difficult map to be defensive on and to kind of have that approach. So Classic just had a really, really rough game on Ultra Love. But that was the only exception. Outside of that, like, he was very comfortable on all of these other larger maps. With that, GG, well played. With that, Classic, he will claim the series. And a shout out to Shin, again, for coming in second place and for making it this far. Remember, Shin, he had a really good showing. He had a really good showing here in this tournament. He took down Bjorn to make it this far. Winding it back here, have a look at the matchups. We had Shin taking down GuMiho 2-1, took down Lancer 2-0, took down Bjorn 2-1 as well. Meanwhile, also want to give a shout to Bjorn because Bjorn took down some of the European heavy hitters. Bjorn took down Clem and took down Reynor. Like, Bjorn, he popped off. Unfortunately, went down in the semis, but he did not. He had the hardest road to the semis. I will say that Bjorn had the hardest road to get there, and again, he did really well for himself, went all the way to the ace match, but Shin did knock him down in the end. Meanwhile, Classic also had a really rough performance as well. I say a rough road to the finals, taking down Solar and MaxPax to face off against Shin in the finals. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being, and we are going to be live once again in 8.5 hours. In 8.5 hours time, we're going to be live on the channel with our next broadcast. If you're curious, what is our next cast going to be? Bam! You can see it here and now. Again, we are live on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. We have plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, as you can see here. The KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is going to be our next cast. That is going to be at 9 AM KST. That's going to be at 10 AM AEST. Again, 8.5 hours. Bam, we'll be live with a replay cast. The KSL was over the weekend, but we were otherwise preoccupied. We were otherwise busy casting the Fusion Esports League, so we just could not cover KSL live. So we're going to be covering it via replays instead. That is the plan. Likewise, because of the Fusion Esports League, our Sparkling Tuna Cup broadcast was rescheduled to Tuesday. So we have Tuna Cup tomorrow evening in less than 24 hours. So we have KSL in the morning, we have Tuna Cup in the evening, we have Big Sur Cup Wednesday morning, we have the podcast Wednesday evening, we have StarCraft Evolution League, more Fusion Esports League as well, and some more Tuna Cup on Sunday. So plenty of content here on the channel, plenty of StarCraft. If you enjoyed, then do consider following, whether it's here on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube. We do stream on both platforms at the same time. We also stream on Kick and TikTok and Facebook as well, so we are live on all the platforms, and you can follow us where you prefer. Where you do prefer. Again, we are live everywhere. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And again, if you maybe see something that you want to watch here, but if you cannot watch it live just because we're live in the morning and the evening, so one of the broadcasts is a little bit more favored towards the Americas region, the other is more European focused. But if you're from the opposing region and if you can't watch it live, then VODs are the place to catch us. YouTube, check out our YouTube channel, all the VODs are there, uploaded on a daily basis, plenty of content, plenty of VODs. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And with that, we're going to be wrapping up, and we will see you guys next time. We'll see you guys in 8 hours or tomorrow, whichever you happen to drop by in. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hope you have a great rest of your week. The beginning of your week even, coming into Monday. And take care. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego. Ga.